Store Victorian Country Series. This class this weekend sponsored by PJ's Roast, along with our series sponsor DPE Kart Superstore. Of course, restricted light, one of the most hotly contested classes in the series. Some tongue twisters in here, so just keep an eye out for them. I see the bright red helmet there of Andrew Ray, of course, a long-standing karting competitor making a return, so good to see Andrew out there. He's joined on the front row there by Seth Burton, I believe it is, waiting for the timing to come up. Hopefully that's going to do its thing for me. So it is the five of Burton and Ray. So they come to the line for PJ's Roast and DPE Kart Superstore. Lights are out, away. It's a good start for Ray. But Burton's on the inside. Along behind him is Spiros Adagnostopoulos. Or Ray up the inside into Canteen Corner. So that Schumacher-esque red helmet. Oh, we've got a couple parked at the canteen going for a late breakfast. One dropped right back there behind. So at the front it's Andrew Ray, driving kart number 96, who leads. It's the sun in the eyes here moment, trying to catch, I think it's Spiros Adagnostopoulos who's in second position. Kart number 56 it is, Seth Burton behind him, Tim Rankin, of course a well-known speedway competitor around these areas, he's behind. Behind Rankin I think there is Bill West and Jacob Dowland. So field spreading out a little bit, but it's Andrew Ray at the front of the field, leading Spiros still. I think it might be the 74 car. Might have been Luke Walker that's been spat out the back of the field there in that early incident down at Canteen. So Andrew Ray continues to lead. But Adagnostopoulos not letting him go here in the opening heat of tag restricted light. Burton's in third, Rankin. Now it's actually Luke Walker who sits just behind Rankin in the 74, back on P-plates, which is quite amusing in itself. Of course, well-known junior around these areas, and also sprint car driver Luke Walker, so keep an eye on him in the 74. But it looks like Adagnostopoulos now has grabbed the lead off Andrew Ray. Behind Seth Burton, of course, a junior front runner, Tim Rankin. And then you've got Luke Walker. Jacob Dowland, of course, had two interrupted seasons, but I tell you what, Dowland was really coming on strong when we last saw you. Dowland right on the back of Walker. It's Matthew Elliott is the next cart along, followed by Terry Rankin. Of course, another one of our sprint car runners, Terry Rankin. So a real speedway flavour in this one. Formula 500s for Andrew Ray previously. But it's Spiros Adagnostopoulos who currently leads. So 4 laps remain on the board for Spiros Adagnostopoulos. He's pulled a bit of a lead there on Andrew Ray. Burton and Rankin. It's all starting to get very interesting here for the miners as they tow up to the back of Andrew Ray. Elliott's got a bit more space. Then Rankin. Daniel Golightly's out there too. He's just tucked up there behind, or a little bit behind Terry Rankin. The sun making it difficult from the commentary position, but Adagnostopoulos still leads from Andrew Ray. Jacob Dowland, Rankin, Then Luke Walker and Jacob Dowland. Next past the stripe is the 10 of Matthew Elliott. Rankin 69 is Jaden Christensen. Daniel Golightly. And then 88 and 17. So Lee Wilkinson and Jeremy Keensrod currently rounding out your field for PJ's Roast and also DPE Kart Superstore. So the one making inroads here as the race goes on is definitely Seth Burton, ranging up on the back of the 96 of Andrew Ray. Line astern for the most of the rest of that lead pack. 2 laps to go. The opening heat here, 2022 DPE Kart Superstore Victorian Country Series. So Burton now right on the back of Ray. Going to be the main battle in this one as they come to the conclusion. So Burton has a bit of a look on the inside there of the horseshoe. Bit of contact, neither are going to give an inch. So down the back chute into Coca-Cola corner. And it's Ray who holds on over Burton. So Burton's showing the nose now. The cagey Ray, he's not going to be pushed around. Oh, Burton on the inside, a little bit of contact. Ray is off. So Andrew Ray in the grass on the last turn. The last lap commences. So Burton now goes at it with Tim Rankin. Spiros is clear now. So Burton's got Tim Rankin for company. And Luke Walker wants a ticket to the dance. So Spiros is clear. Put that one in the books. Burton though and Rankin can't do it there. Come back into the right-hander. There's multiple different lines you can take through this corner. But it doesn't look like Tim Rankin's been able to find one to get this deal done. So Spiros Anagnostopoulos comes to the finish line. That's a Heat 1 win for the 56. Seth Burton in second. Tim Rankin, Lukey Walker, Jacob Dowland. Kart 10 is Matthew Elliott, Terry Rankin. 69 is Christensen, Go Lightly. Andrew Ray rolls across the line next. The 88 of Lee Wilkinson and Jeremy Keensrod is your field there.
KA3 Senior Medium on the grid now, please. KA3, senior medium, on the grid now, please, to be followed by Cadet 12.
KA4 Junior Heavy on track now. Brought to you by Billy Ryan and the team at Cartworks, and also Remo Racing, the Army X30 engine. We've got a spinner down there at turn 1. I think that's Laura Fay. So unfortunately, Laura there on the pole position, but has been turned around there at the opening corner. So that's a false start, that one. So the Eager Beavers this morning, but haven't got a green light yet, so Laura will resume her position. So using up a bit too much energy for my liking, these juniors aren't actually racing here, so... So I'll get out a trail card there for Laura Fay. She'll return to the front row after a intensely close qualifying yesterday. 0.001 of a second, the difference between Laura Fay and Zach Finlay on the front row. So shout out to Billy Ryan at Cartworks there from Warrnambool. If you need any parts, Billy is available here at this round, along with valued series sponsor Remo Racing and the IARMY X30 engine. Of course, what we do isn't possible without these valued sponsors, so if you hear those names called, please support those who support us. That goes for the canteen as well. So plenty of food and cold drink over there, so if you're feeling a bit peckish or need something to fire you up on this Sunday morning, head over to the canteen and get that spark. So Finlay and Fay, the two Fs on the front row. So just the 6 carts here in the KA4 Junior. We're away. Good start for Fay this time. So Laura Fay's going to lead. Zach Finlay, oh, we've got another spin. So I think that was the 5 cart there, which is Taylor McKinlay, who's gone round, and we've got one parked up on the grass. So a tough start for KA4 Junior Heavy here. But I'll tell you what, talking about taking the pieces and making something of it, and Laura Fay has checked out here. A really decent opening lap margin. She's got to keep her head down though, because we know Zach Finlay is a formidable competitor, and he sits in second. Behind him, it's Jet Rendell in the 48. So it is Rendell in third place in the 48. Next along is the 5 of McKinlay. 46 is Fletcher Shaw. And that currently rounds out our field here. So I think it might be the 19 of Daniel Malcolm that's parked up down there on the inside of turn number 2. So already Finlay pulls up onto the back of Laura Fay. So this is going to be an interesting battle all weekend. There was nothing in it in qualifying. 0.001 the margin. Here goes Finlay on the inside. But Laura Fay says, no thank you, not having a bar of that. So she continues to lead. So the hometown lady there at the front of the queue. Zach Finlay sits in second. Third is Rendell. And then McKinlay. And then it is Fletcher Shaw who is completing our field at the moment. So still Laura Fay leads. She's going to come round and see 5 laps remaining here at her home track, the opening round, 2022 DP Kart Superstore Victorian Country Series. So Fay and Finlay, real battle at the front. Jet Rendell's next in the order. Could come under pressure as the race comes to a conclusion there from number 5 of Taylor McKinlay of the Eastern Lions Car Club. But Fay still your leader. Down into the Coca-Cola corner over the back. So the battle's starting to rage for third. That's where as much interest as your leaders, as Rendell is going to have to hold off McKinlay. So Fay and Finlay. Fay just had a little bit more margin on the straight that time, was able to hold off. So the battle for third, just as intense. Of course, used to seeing the number 5 of Seth Burton in the KA4 Junior Heavy, now belonging to Taylor McKinlay, who's in 4th, challenging for 3rd position. But still, Laura Fay doing an excellent job at the front of the order here. Took the pole position, working on taking the opening heat win, but she's under massive pressure here from Zach Finlay. Both drivers looking to kick off their 2022 campaign here in the VCS in a really, really strong way. So McKinlay now has grabbed Rendell. The Fletcher shortcut also coming on strong as the race goes on. So Laura Fay has not put a foot wrong once we've started this race. But Zach Finlay looking to pounce. So 2 laps remaining now for Laura to try and hold off Zach Finlay. McKinlay next one through. Jet Rendell and rounding out your field on track at the moment is Fletcher Shaw. So still Laura Fay continues to lead down the back chute into Coca-Cola. She's got a kart length now, but Finlay's going to make that up under brakes. Doesn't though that time. So Laura's got 1 lap remaining in this opening heat. Down through into turn 1. You've got to ride the bumps through turn 1. Choose your line. Don't go too wide or there's going to be a kart on your inside. Down the short straight into the railway corner. It's almost a flat out double left through there. Don't clip the curb on the inside. Into the horseshoe. Pull yourself back to the right so you can get a good exit to the left. Down this chute, which is a big passing opportunity. Finlay looks not close enough. Round to the right. Multiple different lines through here. So now Fay has almost got to go defensive. Finlay's going to try something, but he doesn't. They come through the last corner, which is a long radius left-hander, and that's to the finish line. Good racing between those two. Laura Fay, your opening heat winner. Zach Finlay, then McKinlay, Rendell and Shaw tighten up there at the end. That was KA4 Junior Heavy, brought to you by Kartworks, Remo Racing and the Army X30 engine.
Could we have Cadet 12 on the grid now, please? Cadet 12 on the grid now, please, to be followed by KA3 Junior.
KA3 Senior Medium out on track now, brought to you by Lifetime Trophies there in Javison Street in Warrnambool, and also the Melbourne Kart Centre. So your front row here, we've seen this one before. The veteran from Horsham, Remo Luciani, starts on pole position. The challengers continue to come. And it's Matthew Neitz joining him on the front row. Todd Chambers and Braden Clark. Adam Henriksen and Luke Fong. So good to see the Fong back out there in cart number 8. So with the front row, Luciani and Neitz. Of course, we've seen this front row several times in our disrupted VCS seasons of the past 2 years. It's good to see Luciani out there though. Loves his racing still very, very competitive, and puts in the work to stay competitive. But he's a really good benchmark for these young guys, especially guys like Neitz. Also Braden Clark, of course, won a black plate a few seasons ago. Todd Chambers, one of the veterans in this field. Henriksen and Fong. I still haven't quite got the timing sussed here yet, so I'm calling this as I see it. So Luciani with Chambers as a rear gunner down into turn 1. I shouldn't be surprised that Luke Fong's made up a couple of positions into turn 1. So Fong, one of the best, how would you say, opportunistic starters I've seen in a long time. So it's Luciani, Chambers, Neitz. So Neitz now has a look at the back of Chambers. Big move by Braden Clark, I think it is there on the Fong. Another card up the inside there behind. So that is card 11, which is Fraser High. So that was a big move up the inside there from Fraser High. On Henriksen. Clover's in behind there next. Jack Johnson. Card 17 is Jarrett Bottomley. See Grace Dunmore in this field too. But at the head of the order, it's Luciani who leads. From Chambers still. So Chambers and then Neitz. Clark making impressions as well. Fong, High and Henriksen. Jack Johnson now with a move under brakes down there into the last turn. That was Jack Johnson on Clover. So 26 and 21 is Robbie Termine and Levi Trigg currently rounding out our field. So still some pretty good battles through for the Miners, but Luciani just edging away here from the field in the opener here of KA3 Senior Medium for Lifetime Trophies and the Melbourne Kart Centre. So Braden Clark, he's working really, really hard there in 4th place, trying to get up on the back of Neitz to buy himself into this battle with Chambers. Fraser High, Henriksen. Oh, Jack Johnson now has a look at the inside of Fong. Henriksen, a big tank slap up between 1 and 2. Maintains his momentum, but that was a really, really big sideways moment there for the 63. Chambers doing enough at the moment with Neitz. Clark right on them as well. You feel like if Neitz does get past Chambers, there's a fair chance that Clark's going by as well. Fraser High's been impressive. Henriksen, Johnson and Fong. Little bit of contact and waving, bit of how you doing there. Clover now right on the back of Johnson. Car number 17 is Bottomley, Dunmore, Termine and Trigg. So a little bit of contact between Johnson and Fongs. Just dropped him off the back of that next pairing of Fraser High and also I think it might be Henriksen. So Braden Clark now has grabbed Neats. All runs are over the back of Chambers. So he's on the grass on the infield. Will he get out of there? I'm thinking it's unlikely. So it looks like Braden Clark is done and dusted. Just a tiny little moment that can ruin your race. Just straight over the back there of Todd Chambers. But Luciani comfortable here in the opener heat of KA3 Senior Medium. Chambers and Neats continue to do battle, but I tell you what, Fraser High and also Henriksen, they're edging up towards the back of those two. I think Braden Clark just asking how much space there was there. Not enough. So Luciani along the straight. The 2 laps to go. Chambers and Neats very, very close. Fraser High and Henriksen. These two have driven very well in this race. And then Fong and Johnson. Spending a fair bit of time together in this one as well. Bottomley and Dunmore. Termine and Trigg is your field in this one. Clover's dropped right back as well. Very close now, Chambers and Neats. As it's been all race long. Last lap to come out for Luciani. Little bit of same here for Remo Luciani as he continues to dominate VCS competition in KA3 Senior Medium. Chambers has got an edge now on Neats. Henriksen has grabbed Fraser High. So I think all bodes well for the day here in KA3 Senior Medium. Plenty of tight competition. Braden Clark's going to be coming back through the field. Luciani, that signature puff of engine smoke. He pats the airbox. Chalk this one in, ladies and gentlemen. Another heat race win here for Remo Luciani. The Masters still got it, and the challenges are still coming. Chambers in second, Neats third, Henriksen and High. Jack Johnson grabs Luke Fong. Good race there between Bottomley and also Dunmore. Termine, Levi Trigg and Sean Clover rounds out your field. This one brought to you by Lifetime Trophies and our series sponsor, Melbourne Kart Centre.
Could we have KA3 Junior on the grid now, please? KA3 Junior on the grid now, please, to be followed by KA3 Senior Light.
So Cadet 12 out on track now, brought to you by event sponsor Karting Obsession and also Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments. Does amaze me after two interrupted seasons that we see some of our Cadet 12 drivers, seems like not so long ago, now in X30 and some of the senior classes. So these will be a lot of the guys that we saw previously in Cadet 9 last time we raced. So should be some good racing here. Riley Harrison in kart number 24, your pole sitter. Of course, a strong runner last weekend down at Todd Road in the National Series. So a good field of Cadet 12. Usually is a decent field of these guys. So kart number 6 in this one is Lewis Kachina. Chelsea Stairs in 11. 21 is Levi Ross. Riley Harrison in kart number 24. Will Creed in 25. Caden Humphrey in 27. Levi Jones in the 33. Oscar Corliss in 35. Aaron Bottomley in kart number 81. And Austin McPherson in kart number 82. So it's Riley Harrison, and it looked like Kachina. Although we got a spinner there into one. I think that might have been your front row starter. Or a couple off at Canteen locked together. So just see two little white helmets over the edge of the track there. So a dramatic start here for Cadet 12 for Karting Obsession. Also Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments, series sponsors. Also a shout out to everyone watching on at home on our live stream, brought to you by Fitz Media Productions, Southwest Conveyancing and PCJ Data and Electrical. But our front, Riley Harrison, got a nice margin over kart 35, which is Corliss. So Harrison leads now, still leads. Corliss in second, Austin McPherson, car number 82 in third. So Harrison using his experience leads this one. Corliss and McPherson. Good battle behind them between 21 and 25, which is Ross and Creed. Chelsea Stairs is in sixth position. Caden Humphrey. Blake Purvis, it is in kart number 5, who I haven't got in my program. So Purvis, I think, was the kart that went around at the start. Had a couple of non-starters. Lewis Kachina, the last one past the stripe that time. So it's Riley Harrison who continues to lead. Big battle on here between McPherson and Corliss. McPherson has a look. Can't get it done there. Runs a little bit wide on the exit, but still got good momentum. Another battle raging there behind between Ross and also Creed. They're battling it out for fourth position. Chelsea Stairs, Caden Humphrey, Purvis, Kachina, rounding out this field here. Cadet 12 for Karting Obsession, and also Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments. So Harrison is cruising. doing a very nice job out front, cart number 24. Come a long way in just a few seasons, Riley Harrison. Very, very composed now at the head of the order. Corliss and McPherson. This battle rages on between the cart 35 and 82. It's like Levi Ross has now put a little bit of margin into Will Creed. Chelsea Stairs looks racy there just behind. She's currently running in 6th position. Caden Humphrey and Blake Purvis next through, and Lewis Kachina. Bit of a wet weather specialist, Lewis Kachina, so look out if it rains later on in the afternoon. Harrison doing everything he needs to do. 3 laps remain here in the opening heat of Cadet 12. And he's got a really good margin at the moment. The battle still rages between Corliss and also McPherson. Ross has got a nice little buffer now on Creed. Purvis, Stairs, and then Humphrey and Kachina. Of course, this one brought to you by Karting Obsession, Tony Kart Australia, and Barron Engine Developments. So currently fastest lap of the race belongs to your leader, which is no surprise, a 47.456. Mind you, that is over a second faster than anyone else on the track. So Harrison in a league of his own there in cart 24. Of course, under the tutelage of Dave Sarah, has come on in leaps and bounds. Still a really hotly contested battle for second. McPherson really sizing up Corliss. Corliss goes in very, very deep there. Manages to get around, so got 1 lap remaining to sort that one out. Here goes McPherson now into turn 1. Good move down there. So McPherson takes over second place, but this isn't done by any means. I think Harrison, you can write that in your programs, ladies and gentlemen. He's just got to circulate now and he's home. But far from concluded in this position battle for second position. McPherson here stalked the back of Corliss. Made his move on the last lap. Side by side, they come through the right-hander. It's money time down now into the last corner, but McPherson's got really good drive off the infield. Harrison home as your winner. Second place is going to go to McPherson. That was a great drive. Great battle between those two youngsters. Corliss in third. Ross, Purvis, 25 is Will Creed. Great drive from Purvis to come back. Chelsea Stairs, Caden Humphrey, and Lewis Kachina is your field there in Cadet 12 for Karting Obsession and also Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments. Just while we get the carts collected, we've got a couple of announcements to make. I've been told that Corey Herbertson's celebrating a birthday today, so happy birthday, Corey. Bronson Usain Bolt, he had a birthday during the week, so happy birthday, Bronson. And also a big engagement just recently between Scott King and Queen Johanna, so congratulations to those guys on your engagement. As we get set for the next class to come out, KA3 Junior. We'll have some prize winners in the next break. So KA3 Junior rolling out now. Special shout out to Southwest Pure Clean who've cleaned the windows up here in the judges box. They're probably a bit too clean. We're getting cooked up here, but great job. So KA3 Junior brought to you by the Cobden BP Roadhouse and also our series sponsor, Southwest Conveyancing. Of course, sponsors of the live stream here from
KA3 Senior Light. KA3 Senior Light on the grid now, to be followed by Victorian Combined Masters.
Out on the track now. Have got the timing working now, so should be able to, as they come past, should be able to give you a grid read. I did see the results. I checked up last night, and the pole position in this one belongs to Tyce Hodge. Starting on his outside, I believe, will be the 99 of Ben Holiday. So anyone trying to get the timing, it looks as though could be still registered as the Netherlands here, which seems a bit Dutch, but anyway. So KA3 Junior for the Cobden BP Roadhouse and also Southwest Conveyancing. Coming to you here from Cobden to the crowd and also your lounge room via our Fitz Media live stream. So it's Hodge and Holiday on the front row. Ian Ella in behind. Go charging down into turn one. Couple of spinners, or just one spinner. A little bit of bump and grind there as they come through. One very wide there on the double left. I think it's Ianella who's assumed the lead here. Cart number 6. Second place is Holiday. Tyce Hodge sits in third place. Next cart through is a 36, which is Thomas Patching. 12 is Hunter Salvatore. So a few of these drivers changed colours since I saw them last. A few of them grown as well. Well, we've got one off down the back straight there. Rejoins. But it's Ian Ella out in front. So Ian Ella with a comfortable little margin. Holiday, Hodge, Patching, Salvatore, the 74 card of Amos Orr, who was also very prominent at the Nationals last week. So looks like the iPad's not giving me the numbers once again, so we'll have to go to calling it as we see it. But it's Ian Ella. He's got about a 6 or 7 cart length lead. Holiday runs a little bit wide there. Opens the door for Hodge to get back up on the back bar. So Hodge, Patching and Salvatore. Not much between them. 74 Amos Orr. He's got a little bit of breathing space. But behind Amos Orr is 3 of Jay Murray and the 83 of Jacob Chandler. As Taylor McKinlay goes past, rounding out our field currently. So Ian Ella doing it comfortably in the opening heat here of KA3 Junior, your premier junior class here at the Victorian Country Series. Holiday, the South Australian, in second. There's a move on now, and that's Hunter Salvatore, who's driven beautifully to come through the field to now sit third. So the mover, Holiday's got an issue there. Holiday's pulled off the line. So Ben Holiday out of this one. Really balked the cart behind him, who wasn't quite sure what was happening. We've got a spinner over at the railway corner as well. This race has just lit up as we get into the closing stages. 3 laps remain. But Ian Ella, very comfortable at the front. Salvatore is next in the order. Patching. And then Hodge. So I think it must have been Hodge. It was right on the back of Holiday. Had nowhere to go there. Chandler next. Then Murray. Card number 9 is Dominic Kachina. Lachlan Cutting, I reckon, is the next one through. Amos always dropped back a fair bit there too. And rounding out the field still is Taylor McKinlay. So no trouble here for Leo Ianella. Made the move stick at the first corner and has been untroubled since. So the penultimate lap for Leo Ianella as he returns through the railway corner into the horseshoe. Down the back chute into the Coca-Cola corner. Foregone conclusion here, this one. The battle for the minors, not quite so determined yet. So Salvatore's driven beautifully through here. Patching. Next in the order is Hodge. Chandler's been impressive as well. He's moved forward. Murray. And then Kachina. Kachina making a move. Cutting there behind. So Kachina into turn 1. Makes the move on Murray. Amos Orr and Taylor McKinlay round out your field here. KA3 Junior in this one, brought to you by the Cobden BP Roadhouse and also Southwest Conveyancing. Of course, Southwest Conveyancing and PCJ Data and Electrical bring us a live stream via Fitz Media here for the 2022 DPE Kart Superstore Victorian Country Series. But it's Ian Ella who wins the opening heat here. Second place goes to Hunter Salvatore. Third to Patching. Followed closely by Tice Hodge. Jacob Chandler. Then it's Kachina, Murray, Cutting, Orr and McKinlay. Brought to you by Cobden BP Roadhouse and also Southwest Conveyancing. So while we're in between races, we've got some prizes to give away. So these prizes can be collected, I assume, in the canteen. So if they're not at the canteen, someone please let me know. But we've got a set of Maxxis tyres for Archie Bristow and Riley Harrison. A set of LeConte tyres for Daniel Malcolm, Taylor McKinlay, Seth Burton, Hugh Wilson and Darcy Heine. We've also got tyres for Kyle Pettenhofer and Harrison Campbell. We have DPE gift vouchers for Carl Gibson, Joel McPherson, Grace Dunmore, Todd Chambers and Remo Luciani. We have 365 Apparel Company vouchers for Chris Wright, Chelsea Stairs and Jono McKean. And then we also have prizes, lucky prizes here. I think that's merchandise prizes. We've got Matthew Elliott, James Adagnostiadis, Kevin Hitchcock, Jensen Telescovy, Peter Gigas, Ben Moss, Chris Gardner, Ash Mitchell, Adam Hendrickson, Ray Dumsney, Phil Smith, Greg Ord, Corey Herbertson, Daniel Finlay, Angus Hall, Aaron Bottomley, Chelsea Humphrey, Bo Chambers, Sam Newbury and Jet Rendell. Now don't worry if you missed that, I will read it back again. There's a lot of names on there, so thank you to our prize giving sponsors who are providing these prizes. So we get set to roll with KA3 Senior Light. Of course, always one of our most intense classes. Brought to you this weekend by Roberts Builders and also our series sponsor, MJ Pressure Works.
Hang on. Victorian Combined Masters on the grid now, please. Victorian Combined Masters on the grid now, to be followed by Cadet 9.
Big thanks to Fitz Media Production, Southwest Conveyancing and PCJ Data and Electrical for our live stream this season for the 2022 DPE Kart Superstore Victorian Country Series. Jensen Telescovy on the pole in this one. In KA3 Senior Light, of course, a graduate of our juniors. So big field. A predominantly recent junior graduates, you would say, here in KA3 Senior Light. Always turn on some fantastic racing. KA3 Senior Light rolling to the starter. Telescovy and also the 64 of Josh Sacco. But up in a second, I think it's Angus Hall in 86 who has moved up there. They've all maintained their run through the first corner. These light guys, no trouble getting past the canteen. But Telescovy, Hall. Big move, I think that's Herbertson, the birthday boy, down into third position. Behind Herbertson is Sacco. Then you've got McEachran in the 24. Santa Lucia will be the next in the queue. I can tell that bright green helmet. Josh Elliston, next one through. So a big field here of the KA3 Senior Lights for Roberts Builders and also our series sponsor, MJ Pressure Works. So a really solid conga line of KA3 Senior Light. Come down the back chute, led now by Angus Hall. So Hall and Herbertson have both grabbed Telescovy. Bit of sun in the eyes moment there, they couldn't see it. Herbertson now, on his birthday, takes the lead. So Hall goes back beside. So Herbertson and Hall, Telescovy. Santa Lucia is also ranging up into this battle. But Herbertson now, he's put a couple of cart lengths now into Hall. Telescovy still in third. Sacco just in behind him. The Josh Sacco, then Santa Lucia. The 5 of Elliston, McEachran. And then Joel McPherson, I think it is. So McPherson a bit further back than what we're used to seeing. Next through is Brocklyn Parker. So Parker also a graduate of the juniors. So one driver to keep an eye on here, I think, is the 42 of Joel McPherson. Not accustomed to seeing him as far back in this field. He makes a good move there on McEachran. But out front, it's still Herbertson. Leading from Hall, Telescovy, Sacco, Santa Lucia, and then Elliston. McPherson trying to buy into this lead, or not quite the lead pack, because Herbertson's got a couple of car lengths on all of them. Telescovy now looks at Hall. Done. Nice move. Oh, he's going to get gobbled up here, Angus Hall. Several carts. Oh no, he fights back strongly. Good driving there from Angus Hall as they come through the railway corner now. So all this has done this battling sport McPherson into it. So watch for the 42. Another move there out wide again. I think it's Hall again who's fights back. So not copping it from these some of these older drivers. Angus Hall. Through goes Elliston and McPherson. So McPherson up the inside now of Hall. So just a couple of laps ago, I called Hall in second place, and that's how quickly things change. Oh, big moment there for McEachran. Sprint car style into turn one. Done a great job to hold on to that. So this one's getting pretty eventful here. 3 laps. It's going to be 2 laps for the leaders. Herbertson, you'd think, has done enough here. Barring disaster, he's just got to keep it on the black stuff. The battle rages for second. Telescovy, followed by Sacco, Santa Lucia, and then Elliston and McPherson. Hall's dropped back a few cart lengths now. McEachran after that big moment. Oh, another move now. So Telescovy got passed by Sacco. Oh, Telescovy back up the inside. Push and shove. McPherson takes advantage. He's going to make a couple up there. Telescovy, sorry, not Telescovy, it's Santa Lucia wide of the railway. So all of a sudden, McPherson's halfway through this pack. Oh, a little bit of a nudge there into Coca-Cola, which forces Sacco to run wide. Santa Lucia boys back in. Hall. So all of a sudden, we've got McPherson up to third. Last lap brought out now. Telescovy sits in second, but you wouldn't rule out McPherson here. Elliston has driven well. He's in fourth. Then it's Sacco, Hall, and then it's Santa Lucia. McEachran and Parker are at it. So now McPherson into Coca-Cola. Goes very deep and grabs Telescovy. Oh, Elliston has a look at Telescovy. Nothing doing there. But it's Herbertson who goes through to take the win. Second is going to be McPherson. Third, Telescovy. Elliston, Sacco, Hall, Santa Lucia, Parker, McEachran. The 31 of Ethan Bray next across the line. Good battle there between 95, I think it was Jason Douglas. And couldn't quite catch the other Tony cart as he rolls back into the pits. That was a great battle up to the... Rounding out your field with a track to himself is Blake Bassett from the Southwest Car Club. So that one brought to you by Roberts Builders and also MJ Pressure Works.
Attention in the pits. I'd just like to thank the young gentleman who drew some graffiti in our toilet. We're a small club of volunteers and you've just given us some more work. I just hope one of your friends recognises the tag and lets us know who it is. Believe me, it is not appreciated.
Cadet 9. Could we have Cadet 9 on the grid now, please? Cadet 9 to be followed by KA4 Junior Light.
Now for their opening heat, brought to you by the Cobden BP Roadhouse and also series sponsors KFC and PCJ Data and Electrical. Of course, helping us out with our live stream. So always a formidable class, the Masters. Front row, Ash Mitchell on pole with Peter Gigas, Phil Smith and Anthony Pethbridge. Daniel Reithus and Matthew Crane. So we've got a few waiting to line up here. So I'd say that's probably one of the carts to move through the fields. Neil McCauley in the 42. Of course, was a winner in the VCS competition last year in our shortened season. So the 42 will be one to watch in this. But always great racing in the combined Masters. Of course, got to be 40 years old to start racing in this class. And several of these drivers are significantly past 40. So Mitchell on the front row with Gigas. Smith and Pethbridge. Reithus and Crane. Looks like it might be Johnny Page there, the missile. And Andrew Stubbs on the next row. McCauley and Ron Taylor. So come up to the start. They're away. Or Taylor bouncing in the middle of the pack. They're all going narrow. Pethbridge very sideways. Page slides up the inside. Oh, Phil Smith right up the inside. We've got a spinner there, a couple of spinners. I think it's Barry Go Lightly's one of those. Whoa, bit of trouble down there at the canteen. So your leader though is Ash Mitchell, who's got a couple of cart links after being challenged on those first couple of corners by Phil Smith. Gigas sits behind in third, Pethbridge. Then you've got Page, Reithus. Oh, Taylor facing the wrong way between the two hairpins. So it's been a fairly rough and tumble start for the 92 of Ron Taylor. Mitchell, Smith, Gigas, Pethbridge, Page, Reithus, Crane, Stubbs, McCauley now at the inside of Zeke Sloan. Very, very loose card in behind there. I didn't catch the number of that one. So dramatic start through some of the midfield here in the combined Masters for the BP Roadhouse. And also KFC and PCJ Data and Electrical. Daniel Reithus with a move there on John Page. Plenty of room given there. Very gentlemanly. So Gigas having a quiet look over his shoulder at Pethbridge. So Daniel Reithus in the top 5 now. Page, Crane, Stubbs, McCauley. Sloan, it was the 31 of Noel Hocking who was very sideways there. I think that's Heath Gelbart that's in behind there. Haven't seen Heath on track for a long time in VCS competition. So good to see Heath Gelbart back in the 14 as he makes a move there on Noel Hocking. So Mitchell continues to lead. Smith's under pressure from Gigas. So deep in the field, I think it's the 82 and 34, which is Carl Gibson and Ash Price. It's a very bright suit that Ash Price has gone on. But it's not fluoro. There'll only ever be one Mr. Fluoro, so that's just a bright suit. The 12 is Simon Ialola. Then we've got Barry Go Lightly. 86 is Andrew Hyatt, who's just getting past there by Ron Taylor. And the 47 of Hugh Wilson rounds out your field here. But still it's Ash Mitchell who leads. With 4 laps remaining, Phil Smith and Gigas. Not a lot between these guys. And then you've got Pethbridge in as well. Reithus is pretty well clear at the moment. Page, Crane, Stubbs is under pressure from Neil McCauley, who's trying some outside moves. Got the nose maybe in front, but can't get it done. The crisscross outside at the canteen. Look for an inside run into the railway. Good drive out of there from McCauley. That one's a deal done. So Pethbridge now grabs Gigas. So Pethbridge up to second here in this opening heat. But I tell you what, they've really ranged in on the back of Ash Mitchell. So Mitchell's going to have to keep his head down here with 3 laps remaining to take this one out. And Pethbridge, he looks to be a man in a hurry. So Mitchell with a cart length on Phil Smith. Smith ranges right up at the back. Watch for a move. Here it is. Smith on the inside of Mitchell. Pethbridge looks, runs over the back of Mitchell. They're packed in a suitcase here, the top 4. And that's what happens when it gets tight. They run over wheels and there'll be a bit of bump and grind. But it's Smith who's now grabbed the lead from Mitchell. Pethbridge in third. Gigas, Rethus is having a lonely run here. Matty Crane's next in the order. Followed by McCauley, Page, Stubbs and Gelbart. So Gelbart looking, McCauley's gone round. So McCauley's gone round at the last turn. The 42s, that's going to be bulk positions with 2 laps remaining. So Smith and Mitchell still going at it for the win in the opening heat here. They're going to come round and see the last lap board. So they're going to have 960 metres to sort it out once they get to that stripe. Pethbridge, he's very, very good through that inside right-hander. Looks to set himself up for a run at Mitchell. But I tell you what, Mitchell's got designs on having a crack at Phil Smith. So what's going to happen here? Not quite close enough to strike at the moment, but I tell you what, I didn't think Phil Smith was quite close enough to strike before either. So we're going to focus on the lead battle here for this last half a lap. Through the horseshoe, flick left down the back chute into Coca-Cola. There's a cart length between all of them. The gap's evened out. Round onto this ranging right-hander. Pick your line and go. Down into the last one. Big braking opportunity. But they're all thinking they're going to save themselves for another day. It's Smith who wins. Mitchell, Pethbridge, and then Gigas. Great race that one. Rethus through next. Crane, Gelbart, Stubbs, Page, Hocking, Price and Zeke Sloan. McCauley. That one brought to you by Cobden BP Roadhouse, KFC, and also PCG Data and Electrical. So just a reminder that the canteen over there well stocked with food and drink. And also we'll let you know the merchandise will be available over at the canteen at some point today. So yes, keep your eyes out for the VCS merchandise as we get set for our next class here. Will be the Cadet 9, which is our youngest class here for the weekend. So from the oldest to the youngest, this next one brought to you by Cobden Tools and Trailers, Central Vic Carts and Parts, and also the Bendigo Bank.
Could we have KA4 Junior Light on the grid now, please? KA4 Junior Light, to be followed by Tag Light and Heavy.
So Cadet 9 on their roll around here for Cobden Tools and Trailers, and also series sponsors Central Vic Carts and Parts and the Bendigo Bank. Of course, Cadet 9 for 7 to 9-year-olds. See the grid as they come around. Cart number 15 of Oliver Armit is on the pole position. So nice formation here for the Cadet 9s. Cruz Kelly jumps through the middle there. 66 was on the outside there, which was Xavier Mifsud. So Cruz Kelly comes from the second row and leads them through the canteen corner for the first time. So Kelly leads, it's Armit, it's in second place. Then Mifsud. It might be Archie Bristow who's the next in the order. Head of Curtis Polkinghorn. So it is Bristow. So Bristow goes to make a move there on Mifsud, and also Polkinghorn goes through as well. So some big movers and shakers early. Bo Chambers is next through. 34 is Alana Gurney. Jed O'Leary is like seeing Tyler back out there again. So the O'Leary 65. A couple of P-platers there at the end, which is Karamoskas. I think they're both the Karamoskas there in the 31 and also 38. Rounding out the field there, just behind Jed O'Leary. So some good battles waging right at the tail end of the field here. But Cruz Kelly's checked out on these other front runners. Armit still second. Bristow now with a move up the inside. So Bristow up into second place. Armit comes back. Polkinghorn next. Then Mifsud. Chambers and Gurney battling it out as well. So Gurney has a look. Bit of side-by-side action down into canteen between Armit and Mifsud. So Mifsud now ahead of Armit as well. So spreading themselves out a bit. The battle, closest battle on the track at the moment belongs to young Bo Chambers and also Alana Gurney in the 34. So they come down the back chute towards Coca-Cola. There's also a good battle with O'Leary and also one of the Karamoskas carts. Side by side through the horseshoe. A bit more side by side action. Not going to take much, and that's going to turn into a 3-cart battle. So good experience for those youngsters. Cruz Kelly, meanwhile, at the head of the order, running very strongly, but Archie Bristow has also forced his way forward in this field. Polkinghorn in third. Then Mifsud, Armit, Chambers and Gurney next through. So it's O'Leary, the 38 of Mason Karamoskas, and also the 31 of Hunter Karamoskas. So nice bright carts there. Very similar looking, maybe a black helmet and a white helmet. I'll get the better of that as the day goes on. So Cruz Kelly into the final turn with 4 laps remaining. Bristow staked his claim for a strong weekend, sitting in second place. Curtis Polkinghorne, the next one through. Xavier Mifsud started on the front row, along with Armit. So that's Oliver Armit, cart number 15, Bo Chambers and Alana Gurney. Next through, Jed O'Leary, and then Mason and Hunter, rounding out your field here in Cadet 9. So Cruz Kelly comes to the line with 3 laps remaining. Bristow's in second, Polkinghorne and Mifsud. The gap there just tightening up a little bit between Polkinghorne and Mifsud. Armit, still a great battle between Chambers and Gurney. Mason now having a look. It's the 38 of Mason. Karamoskis looking at O'Leary. Doesn't quite get it done. But it's bringing Hunter right into this battle as well. So we're going to see a 3-cart battle there in the 2 Technos and the Tony cart there battling it out at the tail end of our field. As good as the battle through the field, as any battle through the field. So Polkinghorne definitely coming under more pressure from Mifsud. Chambers and Gurney, as they've been in each other's company for the whole race here. So 2 laps remain now. So definitely battle on as they come past the straight here for O'Leary and the 2 Karamoskis carts. But it's Cruz Kelly who leads. Bristow looks like he's got a fair bit of pace in this one because Kelly's lead's been shrinking. Whether Kelly's put it away for this one. Polkinghorne and Mifsud. Little bit of overlap there, but not quite enough. So Polkinghorne continues to lead that battle for the final spot in the top 3. Up the inside now. So Mifsud on Polkinghorne. That one have been coming for a few laps now. They're on their last circulation. Kelly looks like he's done enough. Bristow's going to be home in second, but they're still well and truly alive, this battle for third. One of the Karamoskis carts is around at the apex of the last turn. Cruz Kelly's your winner. Cadet 9 opening heat. Bristow's home in second. Great drag race here for third place, but it's going to be Mifsud, who's home ahead of Polkinghorne. Armit. Gurney's got the better of Chambers after a race-long battle. And then it looks like it's going to be O'Leary. Jed O'Leary's going to be the next cart home. And then the Karamoskis cart. We've got one down at the apex of the last turn. But it's the 31, I think it is, of Hunter, who's still circulating. Good experience for these young competitors. A great battle between them too. So well done to these youngsters in the Cadet 9, brought to you by Cobden Tools and Trailers. And also our series sponsor, Central Victoria Carts and Parts, and also the Bendigo Bank. So just while we wait for this cart to be recovered, just a reminder, we have got these prize winners to collect their prize if you haven't already. Tyres for Archie Bristow, Riley Harrison, Daniel Malcolm, Taylor McKinlay, Seth Burton, Hugh Wilson, Darcy Heine, Kyle Pettenhofer and Harrison Campbell. We've got DPE vouchers for Carl Gibson, Joel McPherson, Grace Dunmore, Todd Chambers and Remo Luciani. We've got 365 Apparel Company vouchers for Chris Wright, Chelsea Stairs and Jono McKean. And then we've also got merchandise giveaways. There's 20 of them, so we'll keep them for another time. Okay, Ford Junior Light on track now, brought to you by Karting Obsession and also series sponsor All-Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company. So it looks like it's Matt Basso who's on pole position here in this one.
Can we have tag light and tag heavy on the grid now, please? Tag light and heavy to be followed by tag 125 restricted, medium and heavy.
So showing us James Adagnostiades as the pole sitter. James Snaith on his outside. Basso and Darcy Heine. Aston Hill, Acacia McEachran. Cut number 82 is Nate Young. 31 is Sam Spiteri. Car number 9 is Riley Stairs. Car number 33 is Jaden Della and Chelsea Humphrey rounding out your field in this one. Not sure if that's completely correct, but that's what it's showing as the provisional results from qualifying. Just can't quite get that timing up and working for this one. So it is Basso on the pole, Adagnostiades beside him. Oh, Adagnostiades and Basso, they've both, so the front row gone very wide here. So Adagnostiades is rejoined. Lets a couple pass. Probably a good move there. But Basso, he is way out of it. He chose to try and come back onto the track. Adagnostiades went straight ahead. So different strategies. One's still in the race, one out of contention. So at the front though, it's cart number 60 of Darcy Heine, who is your leader of the South Australian. Adagnostiades is in second. Aston Hill, the next one through. 28 is Chelsea Humphrey. So Chelsea's in the battle as well. So Heine continues to lead here from Adagnostiades. Aston Hill, Chelsea Humphrey. Next cut through is 82, which is Nate Young, and then Acacia McEachran. Della is through in that next order. As Basso tries to make something of this race. He's got a long way back, Matt Basso. So Heine, the South Australian, Anagnostiades in second position. Hill, and then Chelsea Humphrey. Nate Young, and then McEachran. Very strong P-plate performance there. I think it's Della in 33. As the 11 of Snaith goes by. 31 is Spiteri. And then I think it's Riley Stairs. So several of the carts have spread out as Anagnostiades has grabbed the lead as I was calling those lower positions in this one. All runs very, very wide. So Anagnostiades ran very wide there. I'm not sure if there's a problem. Almost looked like there was some sort of rain. He ran that wide, but doesn't appear to be. So back in the lead goes Heine. Anagnostiades. Aston Hill driving well. Chelsea Humphrey as well. Nate Young is the next cart through. Acacia McEachran. Then James Snaith. As I said, Della doing a fantastic job on his P-plates. He's sitting with these guys. This next cart through is Spiteri. And then the Riley Stairs in cart number 9. With Basso looking like a possibility to grab those couple of back markers as this one goes on. 2 laps next past the stripe for Anagnostiades, who's grabbed once again Darcy Heine. So maybe only a youngster, but very, very experienced Anagnostiades. Of course, used to seeing him in the number 9, but driving the 14, the same as his sister Ava this weekend. Put a little bit of margin now into Heine. Good battle between Hill and Humphrey. But I tell you what, the battle behind between Young, McEachran and Snaith is also heating up. Chelsea Humphrey trying anything for a move on Aston Hill. Snaith also has a look at McEachran. So a couple of our lady racers right up the pointy end in this one. Well, Della's had a moment there. He's dropped right back. So bad luck for Jaden Della, who's done a really good job in this one. Matt Basso, he's right up on the back of Riley Stairs. Actually goes past on the outside of Stairs there through the horseshoe. But Anagnostiades comes past for the last lap board. Heine's in second. And then we've got a conga line of carts. Aston Hill very, very defensive. Chelsea Humphrey, then Nate Young, Snaith and McEachran. Basso's grabbed both those carts now, so a couple of positions gained for Matt Basso. We'll see him at the back as the day goes on, but it will hurt his points haul. So Anagnostiades through Coca-Cola for the last time in this opening heat. Brought to you by Karting Obsession and also All-Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company. Snaith down the inside of Young. Young up the inside of Snaith. This is a raging battle to the line. Anagnostiades your winner. Heine in second. Oh, Chelsea Humphrey has a look, but not going to get that done on Aston Hill. Snaith, Young and McEachran. Great race, that one. Matt Basso recovers. The next car through is Spiteri, followed by Stairs and Della. That one brought to you once again by Karting Obsession and also All-Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company. So 2 classes out on track for this one. Tag 125 Light brought to you by Brandt. And also Tag 125 Heavy brought to you once again by the Cobden BP Roadhouse. The Roadhouse big supporters of the...
Tag 125 restricted medium. Tag 125 restricted heavy on the grid now, please. So tag restricted medium. Tag restricted heavy on the grid now, please, to be followed by X30.
Westerveld will be on the pole alongside the 89 cart, which is Nick Schmidt in the heavies. So 2 classes on track at the moment. So Fay and Finlay to be your front row in the lights, and Westerveld and Schmidt in the heavies. And we've got 1 cart that's sort of in between, so that must be a medium. So this is kind of a nightmare, but we'll roll with it. So I was talking to John O'McKean this morning, telling me predominantly Rotax, predominantly X30s in the light class. Haven't had a good look at the heavies. Well, Fay's away, the 44 of Mark Citino right in behind and right actually past him. Fay gets the drive off the turn. They're going to go side by side into Canteen. Oh, bit of bump and grind. Got 3 carts wide in light, but they're all still going, which is a good sign for the heavies who are going to come along shortly. Watch out for cart 4 of Scott King. I'm told there was an issue in qualifying for Kingy, so watch for him to charge through. Got a fair bit going on in front of him, so he's going to have to just take his time and pick through them. But Citino leads from Max Fay, your pole sitter. So Fay goes for a move into the last corner at the end of the first lap. So Fay and Citino. Next car through is Stevie Malkin. And then you've got Finlay and McKean. So McKean up the inside. Dave Menzel's out there too. We've got 2 Dunmores, Ella and Greg, also in this field. As the heavies now come past. Westerveld's got a good jump from Nick Schmidt. Jaden Wallace. Car number 9 there is Liam Pollard, I believe. It is Liam Pollard. So King has moved right up in this order. Got through at least half the field here. Oh, we've got a nose cone off and 2 carts off right over the back. Spectacular. Well, 1 car trying to get through back onto the track at the Horseshoe. Think it's so close, but I don't know if it's going to happen. Awkward spot, but that's OUT out. So Max Fay comes past in the lead. So Scott King now up the inside of Pollard there into turn number 1, which leaves him in 4th place. He's got to chase down Jaden Wallace. Of course, those two had some great racing last season. One without a nose cone, that'll be a meatball. He's having meatballs for lunch. Max Fay, comfortable lead now. Savino's in 2nd, Malkin, and then McKean and Menzel. Finlay next, Dunmore. Then I'm just trying to catch, I think might be Daniel Pegg who's the next cart through there, rounding out the light field. So Scott King now goes past on Jaden Wallace. So King up to 3rd. We've seen some great battles over the years between Scott King and Billy Westerveld. Throw Jaden Wallace in the mix, and this is an absolute corker. Fay going on with the job here. Be trying to emulate his sister Laura's earlier effort. Savino sits in 2nd place. Steve Malkin, who's won the Masters class previously, has stepped out of Masters for a couple of seasons now, and now he's in the tag light class. So Max Fay looking very, very strong here. So that's the 27 cart that's having the meatballs. That's Stephen Nichols. As Fay goes by, Savino, Malkin, McKean now, and Menzel going at it. But Westerveld continues to lead Schmidt. King's got clear of Wallace. Wallace is under pressure there from Pollard. And also Ray Dumsney. Behind Ray Dumsney is, next cart through is Alex Baker. Then you've got the 96 cart of Matthew Safoso. It might have been Aidan Solomon was the next one. No, I don't think it's Aidan Solomon. I haven't sighted Aidan. Actually, I know where Aidan is now. Sorry. That was Aidan that couldn't get back on the track over the back there. So 2 laps remain for Westerveld and also Schmidt. King. Max Fay's going to come around and greet the last lap board here in the tag light. Good battle between Savino and also Malkin there for second position. Menzel and McKean going at it. Finlay behind. Then we've got Dunmore. Daniel Pegg. It is Daniel Pegg with that bright yellow helmet. So last lap board coming around for Billy Westerveld, but halfway through his last lap here is Max Fay. So Fay comes through the infield. Checkered flag at the waiting. It's been a comfortable run here for Max. So pole position converted to a win in this one. Savino home in second. Malkin, Menzel, McKean, Finlay, Dunmore, Pegg and Dunmore. Brought to you by Brandt, the tag 125 light. Then we'll go to the heavy results for Cobden BP Roadhouse. Chambers Portable Line Boring and Pro Karting. Billy Westerveld's going to be your heavy winner. Nick Schmidt's in second. Scott King from the rear, home in third. Ray Dumsney's driven well. Pollard, Wallace, Baker, Safoso and the 51 car of Kyle Pettenhofer rounds out your field in that one for tag 125 light and heavy. Brought to you by Brandt, Cobden BP Roadhouse, Chambers Portable Line Boring and Pro Karting. Tag restricted heavy rolling out now with medium, I believe. So we're going to have another double header here. So restricted medium brought to you by Ultimate Karting, whilst heavy is brought to you by JMB Transport. Also the series sponsors AHR Media and Darren Sportography. Just a reminder, as always, I've got my phone here. If you do have any messages for me for the commentary, please do message me via the AHR Media Facebook page. So we've got Beau Humphrey will start from pole position here in the restricted medium.
Could we have X30 onto the grid now, please? X30 to be followed by the second round, tag 125 restricted light.
Pretty close to my heart, that class. Looks like it might be the 95 of Kevin Hitchcock, who's making a welcome return to karting. So getting them all formed up. Obviously Mick Angwin's one to keep an eye on in the heavies there. Not sure why there was no qualifying time posted yesterday, but the 73 kart will start off row number 3 in the heavies, so not a big field to work his way through, but watch for him to be the main contender there in the heavy class. Beau Humphrey sitting on pole position here in the restricted medium. Alongside him is kart number 15, which is James Head. Of course, Greg Ord looking resplendent in that outfit in the midfield here of the medium class. So here we go. Car 53, I think that's Ben Moss getting very anxious at the start here. Bit of bump and grind. There's a couple of spinners. Oh no, no spinners, just a lot of bump and grind. Oh, there's one off very wide in the grass there into the canteen. So Hitchcock leads the heavies through. So Humphrey has got away nicely here in the medium class. I think it's Chris Wright in the 17, is it? No, it's Sam Newell. Mark Shrub, sorry, I'll have a third attempt at that. It's Mark Shrub in second position. Car number 9 in the mediums. Third place currently the 65 of Chris Gardner. Ben Moss just behind, so head behind Gardner, I think it is, and then it's Ben Moss, Greg Ord. So Humphrey's got a nice little margin. Hitchcock also doing very well exiting Canteen. He's got a fairly decent lead here in the heavy division. So Humphrey stretching his margin over Shrub. Chris Gardner, 66 is, I think it is. Or Ben Moss, a bit of arm waving going on there. Greg Ord's going to take advantage of it. Doesn't quite have the legs to do it. So Hitchcock runs a little bit wide exiting Canteen, but doesn't hurt him too much in this one. Oh, got a couple come together exiting the horseshoe. I think that's James Head. He's had a terrible run in this one. So bad luck for James Head. Humphrey, Shrub, Gardner, Moss, so the heavy field in second place is Jason Kilcullen. So Jace doing a great job out there holding off Mick Angwin. But it's still Beau Humphrey who leads. Shrub. Card number 88 is Rowan. Tonkin's the one who's been eluding me. So Tonkin's driven well too. He's just ahead of Ord. Moss is ahead of him. And then you've got the 65 of Gardner, who currently sits in third place behind Shrub and your leader, Bo Humphrey. Well, Kilcullen having another go at Angwin there. I think it's Tucker is the cart that sits in fourth. It is Tucker and Matheson rounds out your field in the heavies. Of course, the mediums here brought to you by Ultimate Karting, the heavies by J&B Transport Victoria, AHR Media and Darren Sportography. So Moss starting to put the work into the Chris Gardner cart. Tonka behind Ord. Next cart through is Rosenweg. Newbury. 17 is Wright. 77 is Belt. Then Head. And then you've got Kevin Hitchcock, who's got quite a margin in the heavy class. Angwin sits in second in that class, ahead of Kilcullen, Tucker and Matheson. 2 laps remain here in this opening heat of restricted medium and heavy. So Bo Humphrey, Mark Shrub, Gardner, Moss, Tonkin, Ord, Rosenweg, Sam Newbury. Next car through is Chris Wright, James Head, and then you're going to your heavies. Hitchcock's got by the 77 there of Velt. So there's a medium cart between the two heavy leaders. I tell you, Hitchcock will be pretty pleased with himself. This has been a very solid run in the opening heat. As the clouds start to set in here over Cobden. Last lap now for Bo Humphrey. So Humphrey, Shrub as they've been for the whole race. And then Gardner and Moss. Moss has a bit of a look, little bit of a nibble. But it's probably cost him more than he's gained there at the turn one. It's an off-camber turn one. It sort of rolls off as you get to the apex. You've got to be in there if you're going to make it stick, not half. So Humphrey comfortably. Shrub's driven really well here too. The man from Ballarat. Warrnambool. Mark Shrub, Moss now up the inside there. So Moss has grabbed Gardner. So it's Humphrey, your order, your leader. Shrub, Moss, Gardner, Tonkin, Ord. Then it's Rosenweg. Next car through is Sam Newbury, James Head. 17 is Chris Wright. Kevin Hitchcock's a winner in the heavy division. 77 of Velt. Angwin in the heavies. Kilcullen, Tucker and Matheson. So that one brought to you by Ultimate Karting, J&B Transport, AHR Media and Darren Sportography. Just while we're waiting for the next class to come out, thanks to Matt Bristow, who's messaged the AHR Media Facebook page, and a birthday shout out for Lewis Kachina at Cadet 12, who turns 10 tomorrow. Happy birthday, Lewis, from his mates Archie and Curtis. And I'll tell you what, they raced pretty well on the track. Got another message there from Techno Karts Australia saying good luck to their drivers competing this weekend. They're enjoying the live stream from home in Melbourne. So shout out to you guys at Techno Kart Australia. Of course, there's nothing like actually being here, but thanks to Fitz Media, also Southwest Conveyancing and PCJ Data and Electrical, bringing the action to you on the live stream. So we get set for X30, brought to you by BM-Tronics, our starter up here, Brett McKay, and also
Tag 125 restricted light on the grid now, please, for the second round. Tag 125 restricted light on the grid now for the second round, to be followed by KA4 Junior Heavy.
X30, which might have jumbled the results up here a little bit, but I tell you what, it's a fairly dynamic front row when you stick Jacob Dowson and Luke Bergens on the front row. Jackson Johnson and Matt Domishen to start on the second row. It doesn't seem all that long ago Matt was in Cadet 12, and all of a sudden with 2 interrupted years he's in X30. So watch out for a couple of these young upstarts here to upset the apple cart. Lots of young guns in this field. Of course, Jamie McKay in cart number 12, representing the Southwest Kart Club here at Cobden. Your local hope in this one. So rolling around for BM-Tronics, Karting Australia, LeConte and Maxxis tyres. Dowson and Bergens. I might be wrong here, but I reckon these two are cousins on the front row. So watch how these two race. So you got Jackson Johnson and Domishen. Then you've got Hudson Williams. We've got a couple of Williams in this. We've got Nathan Williams as well. So plenty to watch out for in this X30 opening heat. Coming around very, very slowly to the starter. A pair of cousins on the front row. We're going to go with Dowson and Bergens. Well, Jackson Johnson's right in there. There's tyre smoke. There's one very, very sideways in the middle. Looks like they're all going to continue. But I'll tell you what, I reckon that's Bergens, who's dropped back multiple positions. And then we've got a couple off on the back chute. So some real action at the start of X30. So Bergens has slipped through, back down through the field. So watch him to come back through. He's got a very, very unique driving style, very, very deep under brakes. So watch him to come through in cart number 2. So Dowson, Jackson Johnson, Matt Domishen. That's Nick Ryan, who's next in the order, who's moved up. Riley Jabke, Maverick Benson, the 88 of Hudson Williams. Oh, couple gone off there at the end of the straight again. So it's a race of attrition, this one. So one of those drivers was definitely Nathan Williams. So Williams has been shuffled down the order. So Dowson, Jackson Johnson, Domishen. Then you've got Jabke. Maverick Benson's moved up a few positions here early in the race. I know he said to me that he was all right yesterday, but the rain caught him out. So Nick Smith, Bergens, Jamie McKay. Next one through is Hudson Williams. 20, Will Misson. 28 is Ryan Cook, who's moved up from the KA3 classes. 21 is Kobe Trigg, and also Nathan Williams. So lots of drivers have graduated to this class. But it's Dowson who leads, followed by Jackson Johnson, Domishen, Jabke and Benson. Big move, it's Bergens on the inside of Jamie McKay. Can't get it done. So one of it's Nick Roberts that I'm missing each time it goes through, or something has come off the cart in question, which is I think it's the 34 cart. who's in the order behind Hudson Williams. I'll catch him as he goes by this time. Saw something, could have been a stone or some rock or something, but down into the railway corner. Looked like something exited his cart. No, it's the Derek Rogers cart, the 65 who I'm watching. So Dowson continues to lead this one. Johnston, he's comfortable in second. Third place, Matt Domishin. Always finds his way to the front, that young man. Jabke, Benson, Ryan, McKay, and then Bergens. Hudson Williams, then Derek Rogers. Car number 20 is Will Misson, another graduate. Ryan Cook, Levi Trigg. It's not Levi Trigg, it's Kobe Trigg. So Kobe Trigg and Nathan Williams. Of course, Nathan Williams, I saw him win a black plate a few years ago here in Cadet 12, and here he is in X30. So 3 laps remain as the leaders come past the stripe. Dowson comfortable. Johnson, you'd say comfortable. Next car through is Domishin, Jabke, and next through is Benson. Nick Ryan, Jamie McKay holding off Bergen still. So maybe the wet weather qualifying was to Bergen's advantage, because he hasn't made as much ground here as I thought he might have. Hudson Williams, Derek Rogers, Will Misson, and Ryan Cook, before Nathan Williams and Kobe Trigg round out your field. So Dowson's going to have just the 1 lap remaining as he comes round through the final complex of corners, through the infield, down the little short straight, into the final turn. Jacob Dowson's going to win the opening heat of X30. Jackson Johnson in second, Domishin, Jabke and Benson. Ryan, McKay, Bergens, Williams, Rogers, Misson, Cook, Nathan Williams and Kobe Trigg round out your field. So I've gone a lap early, gone the early crow there, so still circulating here. So Dowson wins again. Second again goes to Johnson and Domishin. Next through is Jabke, Benson, Ryan McKay, Bergens, Rogers, then Williams, Misson and Cook. Nathan Williams and Kobe Trigg. Not a lot of change in that last lap there. Brought to you by BM Tronics, Karting Australia, LeConte and Maxxis Tyres. So before we start our second round here, we do have these winners to read out again for the merchandise. Matthew Elliott, James Anagnostiadis, Kevin Hitchcock, Jensen Telescovy, Peter Gigas, Ben Moss, Chris Gardner, Ash Mitchell, Adam Hendrickson, Ray Dumsney, Phil Smith, Greg Ord and Corey Herbertson, Daniel Finlay, Angus Hall, Aaron Bottomley, Chelsea Humphrey, Bo Chambers, Sam Newbury and Jet Rendell. So those prizes should be available at the canteen, I believe. So congratulations to all those winners, and also thanks to our sponsors who make these giveaways a possibility here at the Victorian Country Series as we try and get through a full series after 2 interrupted years. Of course, one of the big features this year of the 2022 DPE Kart Superstore Victorian Country Series is our live stream, thanks to Fitz Media Productions, Southwest Conveyancing, and also PCJ Data and Electrical. So thanks to those guys for making this happen. And hello to you at home if you are listening and watching in. What a privilege it is to tell the story of what's happening here at the Southwest Kart Club in Cobden.
Could we have KA4 Junior Heavy on the grid now, please? KA4 Junior Heavy to be followed by KA3 Senior Medium.
Currently 15.2 degrees, heading for a top of 19. A little bit overcast, but still quite a nice day. So restricted 125 light. Of course, Agnostopoulos, your winner in the earlier event. Seth Burton will line up alongside. Tim Rankin on the second row. Jacob Dowling right in the mix here too. So it's Luke Walker on the second row, Jacob Dowling on P5, Matthew Elliott on P6, Terry Rankin and Jaden Chandler. It's kart 69, Christensen, sorry. Daniel Go Lightly and Andrew Ray. Kart 88 is Lee Wilkinson, Jeremy Keensrod. Kart number 8 is Jacob Fitzsimmons, and Lachlan Hill not in this field. So hopefully this timing is going to work for us in this one. So Agnostopoulos gets away well. Burton in second, but I'll tell you what, Tim Rankin's pushed up the inside. Dowling, a big move under brakes. Looks like he's made a gain out of that. So now Burton just gets it on there with Tim Rankin. Makes his intentions known. Oh, we've got one very wide out there. Well, very, very wide. Taking a straight line, very treacherous to get through there. I think that might be, is it Jacob Dowling? No, I don't think it is. We've got one kart that's out of business over there. So Agnostopoulos is your leader. Luke Walker's in second. Tim Rankin. Andrew Ray's made his way forward. Terry Rankin. So a speedway flavour in that little gaggle. 10 is Matthew Elliott doing a great job. Dowling. So it wasn't Dowling that we've lost over there. So Daniel Go Lightly's in that battle as well. But out front it's Spiros Agnostopoulos, who is showing a clean pair of heels in this one. Feels like it's just getting a little bit more overcast here in Cobden. Luke Walker showing he's lost none of his junior form from when we used to see him down here at the Southwest Kart Club. Tim Rankin sits in third. So I haven't quite got a read on who that kart is. I'll have to get the binoculars out after this one. But it's still Agnostopoulos who leads. Luke Walker in second. Tim Rankin and Andrew Ray. Terry Rankin next through. And then Jacob Dowling. Elliott. 69 is Christensen. Keensrod, Go Lightly. Well, there's a move on Go Lightly down there into the last turn. That's kart number 8, which is Fitzsimmons. Next kart through is Wilkinson. So Wilkinson rounding out the field there in kart number 88. So Luke Walker on P-plates, which is not as much of a disadvantage these days as what it once was. Sits in second. Head of Tim Rankin. We got a couple of Rankins out there. Andrew Ray, Terry, Dowling, Elliott, Keensrod, Fitzsimmons, Go Lightly, and Wilkinson is your field. But I tell you what, Spiros Anagnostopoulos has come and means business here at Cobden. Another card on the infield over at Canteen there. I think that is the 69 card of Christensen that is on the infield there of turn number 2. Oh, Tim Rankin now turning the screws on Lukey Walker. Rankin up the inside. So into Coca-Cola, Tim Rankin up into second position. Andrew Ray sitting right behind. Three laps remain for Spiros, who's been pretty untouchable so far. Rankin, then Walker. Ray has a bit of a look, bit of a nibble up the inside there at the Canteen. Nothing doing there. So we had a couple of carts out in this one. So I think it might be Taylor Allen parked up over the back there. It's the only one I haven't got a read on at the moment. So Spiros, Tim Rankin, Walker and Ray. That's where the battle is at the moment in this race. There's a little bit of heat there between Elliott and also Terry Rankin. We'll Go Lightly now on Keentrod. Tries a move. Nothing doing there either for Daniel. But this is where the excitement is, ladies and gentlemen. Second, third and fourth. Spiros has been driving beautifully out in front. But it's second, third and fourth where the action's at. Rankin, Walker and Ray. Margin seems to have evened out a bit, but we've got one lap to go. It's like waving a red flag at a bull. So we'll see what happens on this last lap. It's usually when stuff happens. So Walker looks energised in that battle to try and get up onto the back of Rankin and make something of it. But Spiros Anagnostopoulos has shown a clean pair of heels through the opening heat and this one. He's been dynamite as he comes through Coca-Cola. So Walker still right in the back here of on the back of Rankin. I don't think he's close enough. I don't think any of those three in second, third and fourth are going to be able to make it happen. But it's Spiros Anagnostopoulos who wins heat number 2 of the restricted light for PJ's Roast and also the DPE Kart Superstore. Tim Rankin's home in second. Luke Walker. Andrew Ray looks like he might have a little issue after the line. Dowling and then Elliott. Rankin is the next kart through. Followed by Fitzsimmons, Keensrod, Go Lightly. And then the Wilkinson with a couple of retirements there in that one. The opening heat of Tag 125 Restricted Light, brought to you by PJ's Roast and the DPE Kart Superstore. KA4 Junior Light out on track now for Cartworks and also Remo Racing, the Army X30 engine.
KA3 Senior Medium are on the grid now. KA3 Senior Medium are on the grid, to be followed by Cadet 12.
If you do need a jumper or a hat or something to combat this windy weather, go and see Jenny and probably Johanna at the canteen. A reminder that merchandise available with FPOS, so no excuses today. KA4 Junior Heavy brought to you by Cartworks, Remo Racing and IAMI X30 engine. Laura Fay and also Zach Finlay to resume hostilities here on the front row. Taylor McKinlay is on the second row on position number 3 alongside Jet Rendell. Fletcher Shaw and also Daniel Malcolm round out your field here in the KA4 Junior Heavy. So great race with Fay and Finlay in the opener. Just .001 separating these two in qualifying. Laura Fay grabbing the pole here at her home track. But Finlay just looked like he bided his time in that last one. So we'll see what they can do in this one. Bit of concertina nudging going on here. Some anxious youngsters keen to get into it. Fay and Finlay to lead them around. Heat 2, KA4 Junior Heavy. I tell you what, Fay's away well. Oh, we've got a couple of spinners into turn 1. We've lost half the field. That's 3 carts though, so your podium's pretty clear cut at the minute. So it's Fay, McKinlay and Finlay. Now that's not a tongue twister. Fay, McKinlay and Finlay. So here we go, down into Coca-Cola for the first time. I think I'm nearly going to have to go with their first names here. So it's Laura, Taylor and Zach who lead the pack. The next best is Jet Rendell, Daniel Malcolm. Not Daniel Malcolm, it's Lachlan Sharp. And then also, Lachlan Sharp is next through. And then Fletcher Shaw. So an exciting opening lap there for the KA4 Junior Heavy. Brought to you by Billy Ryan and the team at Cartworks and also Remo Racing, IAMI and X30 engines. So nothing in it at the front of the order here between Laura, Taylor and Zach. So Laura's got about a cart length there on Taylor, but there's not much in it at all. So it would seem that Finlay is just sitting comfortably in that position. Rendell next through, then Sharp and Shaw. So line astern at the front. Finlay looking to make a move here, you feel, on McKinlay. Laura Fay won the opening heat just from Zach Finlay. Shapes up as a good battle all weekends between these three. So Finlay urging his number 24 card on. Jet Rendell's the next one through in 48. Sharp and Shaw. So 4 laps remain here. Heat number 2. The KA4 Junior Heavy. The Cartworks in Warrnambool and also Remo Racing. Of course, Remo a great supporter of VCS competition. Still setting the benchmark in KA3 medium. Laura Fay leads. Oh, starting to get pretty willing here. So Finlay, you feel like he's ready to go now. He's got to get by Taylor McKinlay before he can go chasing Laura Fay. But you look at the body language coming out of the 24 cart, and he's ready to get on with it. Has a look up the inside. They're going to go side by side down the back chute into Coca-Cola. So it's on now. You could just see with Zach Finlay that the body language changed. He's ready to get on with it. So Fay, Finlay and McKinlay. First, second and third. Rendell, Sharp and also Shaw having their own little battle. So it's a battle of two halves here in this one after those first corner shenanigans. So now Finlay right up on the back of Laura Fay. Just bided his time here, but he's hit the switch now. He's off. So down into Coca-Cola. Laura continues to lead. Second is Finlay. McKinlay in third. So we go back to that second little gaggle of carts. And it's Rendell. Oh, a little bit of a nudge there from Fletcher Shaw on Lockie Sharp. Get a bit of a gap now. Here comes Finlay for the lead. Gets in there, so can Laura respond here? Taylor McKinlay tucked right up in behind. So Finlay aggressive over the curves there at the railway, and it's working for him because he's put a little bit of margin now into Laura Fay and also Taylor McKinlay. Back further. And it's now Lachlan Sharp who's got by, and also Fletcher Shaw both got by Jet Rendell. So changing a position further back. There's Finlay now. Got about 2 cart lengths. Oh, Laura Fay goes to the inside. Drives down the inside, little bit of contact. But doesn't disadvantage Finlay too much on the entry, although she's got a really good exit, Laura. So I'd say look for the move back here, the return of serve. So Laura through Coca-Cola into the right-hander. Down the back straight. Now this is the biggest braking opportunity on the track. Does Laura go defensive? No, she drives a normal line. Little bit of bumper grind, but it's going to be a drag race to the line. I think it's going to be Laura Fay, and it is. So Laura Fay wins heat number 2. Finlay in second, and Taylor McKinlay in third. That was a great race. Fletcher Shaw, Lachlan Sharp and Jet Rendell. I tell you what, that sets a scene for a fairly epic final there in KA4 Junior Light for Cartworks in Warrnambool, Remo Racing and the Army X30 engine.
Cadet 12. Could we have Cadet 12 on the grid now, please? To be followed by KA3 Junior.
Brought to you by Lifetime Trophies and the Melbourne Kart Centre. And once again, the master from Horsham, Remo Luciani, puts the marker down and says to these youngsters, come and get me. So Luciani starts on pole position alongside Todd Chambers. Matthew Neitz is going to start on the inside of the second row with Henriksen, Fraser High and Jack Johnson. Luke Fong's out there too. You can just see him. So look out for the Fong at the start. He'll be watching this on the replay during the week. So g'day, mate. Talking you up. Get into it. So here we go. They're all gone a bit. They're all lined up beautifully, and all of a sudden they got a bit messy in this roll around. So they're still getting themselves organised now, so see how this goes. Luciani and Chambers are away. Oh, Chambers has been shuffled back a bit there on the edge. As I said, the camber rolls off a little bit on the exit of that turn one. Might be Sean Clover, I think, who's the wheel stops spinning on the 77. So Clover out of this one, but back up the front, Neitz. He's decided he's going to be the man to give it to Remo Luciani. Fraser High, who was pretty impressive in that opener, just ahead of Todd Chambers. The Fong's in fifth. Henriksen. Jack Johnson, who's improving every time I see him come out. One of the Dunmores, not sure if it's, I think it's Grace Dunmore. Kart 52, no, it's... Saying Grace Dunmore program Kart 50, but it's 52 by the look of it. But out front, Luciani with Neitz. Gets that signature puff of smoke from the pad of the airbox. Luciani. Chambers has moved there to Fraser High. Henriksen, Fong. Jack Johnson. Johnson had a great battle in that last one with Fong. Behind them it's Dunmore and Clark. So watch for Braden Clark to re-emerge. 17 is Jared Bottomley. So Bottomley's out there as well. Still up the front of the order, it's Luciani, the master. Oh, just tempting Matthew Neitz to have a crack at him. Chambers a third, he Henriksen, Fong Jackson, Clark, Dunmore. Robbie Termine's in there as well, along as Levi Trigg. So that's the two black carts rounding out your field is Termine and Trigg. Just behind Bottomley in the 17. Oh, it's getting really, really tight there at the head of the order between Luciani and also Matthew Neitz. Of course, Neitz, the South Australian, challenging the master. Oh, Henriksen now. So Henriksen makes a move on Fraser High. Fong's going to come under attack from Clark. So now Fraser High on the inside of Henriksen. No deal there. Clark starting to get on the back of Fong. Goes by on the inside into the canteen. Jack Johnson, he's also making inroads, trying to get up to make that a battle with Luke Fong once again. And then Dunmore, it's Grace Dunmore. Kart 52. So out the front, Luciani and Neitz. Chambers is having a lonely run now. Henriksen pressing his cause moving forward. Fraser High, Braden Clark. Luke Fong, Jack Johnson and Grace Dunmore. Next through is Bottomley. Next cart through. So Bottomley followed by Termine. Robbie Termine and Levi Trigg. So good battle there now between, it looks like Jack Johnson. He has grabbed Fong. Just shoved him out of the way. No, I shouldn't say that. I didn't see the move, but he's brushed Fong aside and Dunmore's gone with. So a couple of youngsters slipping by there. Now Dunmore having a look at Johnson down into the last corner. Some good racing in this field at the front though. Luciani being shadowed there by Neitz. Oh, Jack Johnson back on the inside there at Dunmore. Fong tries but can't get it done. So it's going to be the last lap now for Luciani. No trouble in the first one. It's had a little bit more pressure in this one from Matthew Neitz, but third place belongs to Todd Chambers. Henriksen's been impressive in fourth. Fraser High and Braden Clark. So Luciani and Neitz set out on the last lap here. There's a lot to learn from a racer like Remo Luciani. But one thing the young kids will notice here is you haven't seen him even, I don't think I've seen him look around to see who's with him. He's so in tune with his racing. I'd say he probably knows from the engine noise that there's no one close enough to challenge him. But it's going to be Luciani that's going to win the second heat at KA3 Senior Medium. Neitz in second. Third place to Chambers. Henriksen, High and Clark. Good racing from all those drivers. Dunmore, Johnson and Fong. That was a great battle as well. 17 of Bottomley, Termine and Trigg to round out your field for lifetime trophies in Warrnambool and also the Melbourne Kart Centre.
KA3 Junior on the grid now, please. KA3 Junior on the grid now, to be followed by KA3 Senior Light.
Cadet 12 for Karting Obsession, Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments out on the track now. Rolling around, it was the Kart 24 of Riley Harrison who showed these drivers a clean pair of heels in the opening heat. And he'll start from pole position in heat number 2. Some good battles in that one. between many of the drivers down through the field. Creed was involved in some good stuff. Austin McPherson as well. Corliss, all the names. They're all battling hard through that opener. So Cadet 12 for Karting Obsession. Also Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments. So McPherson to start on the outside of the front row. Corliss and Ross to start on the second row. So good start from Harrison. Corliss up on the inside. Well, I think it's Lewis Kachina there, the birthday boy for tomorrow, I think it was, trying some big moves up into turn number 1. But it's Riley Harrison making the opening running of his. Cart number 24. Second place there is McPherson. So Harrison, McPherson, Corliss. So it's Purvis that's there behind, I believe, in this one. Blake Purvis, cart number 8. Just right on the back there of... no, sorry, it's cart number 5. Yeah, Blake Purvis, who's right there on the back of Corliss. Kachina's having a lot better run in this one. 21 of Ross, 81 is Bottomley. So this cart of 11 of Chelsea Stairs is in a great battle there. Further down the order, it might be Will Creed who's involved in that battle as well. But still it's Harrison who leads comfortably at the head of the order. So Harrison, McPherson, Purvis, Corliss, Kachina. 21 is Ross. So Caden Humphreys also in there in the 27. So we've got some good battles right down through the field here. Between Chelsea Stairs, and they've got Creed in there as well. Caden Humphrey, Levi Jones and Aaron Bottomley all mixed up in that battle for the minor positions. But out front, Riley Harrison just doing as he pleases in this one. Purvis is up to second now. McPherson in third. Corliss and Kachina. Ross. 81 is Bottomley. Under pressure from Creed. Stairs is the next one through. So Chelsea Stairs fending off Humphreys and also the 33 of Levi Jones. So Caden Humphrey goes down the inside there at turn number 1 to make that position stick. So a few little spot fires in this one, but out front it's Riley Harrison who's just doing everything he needs to do. Corliss and McPherson still ongoing, as is the battle between car 25 of Creed and also the 81 of Bottomley. So they're absolutely duking it out down into the last turn. It's going to be 2 laps to go next time past. So 3 laps as they come past this time. So Harrison comfortably out in front. Second place, Purvis, who's driven through the field in the early laps here. McPherson, Corliss and Kachina. Kachina in a really strong run in this one after a tough run in the first one. Ross, Creed, Bottomley. Tacking onto the back of that pack is Caden Humphrey. Chelsea Stairs and 33 of Levi Jones. Oh, big move through the railway. Attempted move there between McPherson and Corliss. But then right behind that next battle pack's getting willing now. We got the two Paralympians there at the front of that queue, which is Creed and also Ross. Right in the mix there is Bottomley. Caden Humphrey trying to buy a ticket to it. Last lap now comes out for Harrison. Been in a league of his own. All McPherson still battling with Corliss. Those two are at it. So this is almost what happened last time. Corliss got a bit of a run up the inside of the railway. Nothing happening that time. So still very much to be determined here, third place. And the battle for sixth is really raging. It looks like Creed might have just got a little bit sideways through the horseshoe there. Loses a little bit of positioning. But it's Riley Harrison who comes onto the main straight to take Heat 2 win. Clean sweep so far for Harrison. Purvis drove well to finish in second. Third is McPherson. Corliss, Kachina, Ross, Bottomley, Creed, Humphrey, Jones, Stairs. And that rounds out your field in that one. Cadet 12 Heat 2 for Karting Obsession and also Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments.
KA3 Senior Light on the grid now, please. KA3 Senior Light on the grid now, please, to be followed by Victorian Combined Masters.
KA3 Junior brought to you by the Cobden BP Roadhouse and our series sponsor Southwest Conveyancing. Of course, Southwest Conveyancing helping the VCS bring you the live stream here for the full series along with PCJ, Data and Electrical. So we thank those guys. We also thank Fitz Media for their cooperation in getting the live stream up and running. So Leo Ianello is your winner in the opener. He'll start from pole position. Alongside Hunter Salvatore, who was very exciting as he drove through the field. Also in the opener. So Ianello skipped away a little bit in that last one. Don't think he's going to get away quite so easy in this one. Watch out for Ben Holiday to come back through after his earlier disappointment. Had some sort of failure at the canteen corner. So watch for the young South Australian to charge forward. Cart number 99. Tice Hodge is also on the second row there with Thomas Patching. So Patching and Hodge, carts to watch in this one too. Dominic Kachina, he's on the third row. He's there with Chandler. They roar down into turn one. Bit of squirmy braking going on. Oh, Holiday turned himself around. Caught a little bit too much of the curb there on the inside, I think, Holiday. And it was to his own detriment there into turn one. So got some work to do now, the South Australian. But out front it's Ianella, who's hit the lead again. Salvatore's in second ahead of Patching. Tice Hodge, finally in different colours. Used to be like twins years ago. Now he's got a bit of blue on the cart. With Cadell Ambrose, of course. Hello, Cadell, if you're watching from home. The cart 8 is Cutting, who's ahead there of Chandler. Murray's the next one through. Then you've got Amos Orr. So it's Ianella ahead of Salvatore. Then you've got Patching, Hodge, Chandler, who's driving very well. Card 8 is Cutting, Murray. Then you've got Amos Orr. And then Kachina. Card 7 is Chris Alexopoulos. Alexopoulos, my apologies. And then Ben Holiday currently rounding out your field after that turn one spin. But out front it's Ianella, who skipped away a little bit. I thought they might have had a little bit more for him in this one. So good battle there between McKinlay and also Alexopoulos a bit further down the order. And Amos Orr. He's just saying to Kachina, come on, we need to go after Murray. Murray's right on him, but they sort of need to work together if they're going to try and catch up to the cart in front, which is Cutting, cart number 8. So Tice Hodge is a member of the Southwest Kart Club, so he's your local hope in this one. Currently sitting in 4th position. So Ianella still leads Salvatore, who's under constant pressure from Thomas Patching. Chandler and Hodge are next through. Then it's Cutting. Murray the next, followed by Kachina. Following Kachina is Amos Orr. Then it's Alexopoulos. And the number 5 of Taylor McKinlay. So 3 laps remaining. Here in your KA3 Junior second heat, brought to you by Cobden BP Roadhouse and also Southwest Conveyancing. So Ianella comfortably out in the lead here. Salvatore continues to defend from Patching. Chandler driving beautifully in fourth position. Skipped clear now at Tice Hodge. Cutting the next cart through Murray, and then you go back to Kachina. Amos all under big pressure now for Alexopoulos. Behind them it's McKinlay, and just catching the back of the field, or getting close to catching now is Holiday. That's going to be the last lap now. So Ianella looks on track to make it 2 from 2. Salvatore just ahead of Patching. Chandler buying himself into this one. Of course, a strong South Australian contingent. So Ianella doing nothing wrong in this one. Just got to get around these last couple of quarters, and he'll start from pole position in this afternoon's final. Here at the Southwest Car Club. Oh, a little bit wide for Salvatore. Things just got exciting. Salvatore and also Patching. Is there a crisscross here? There is. It's a drag race to the line, but it's going to be Salvatore. Patching's in second, and Chandler right on their hammer. Tice Hodge is the next car through. Cutting Murray, Kachina, or Alexopoulos, McKinlay and Holiday is your field there for KA3 Junior, brought to you by the Cobden BP Roadhouse and also Southwest Conveyancing.
Victorian Combined Masters on the grid now, please. Victorian Combined Masters on the grid now, please, to be followed by Cadet 9.
KA3 Senior Light for Roberts Builders and also MJ Pressure Works out on track now. Your front row in this one belongs to Corey Herbertson and also Joel McPherson. Of course, McPherson come from very deep in the field in that first race, so interesting to see how he goes now. Herbertson controlled the field in the opener. Of course, birthday boy today, I believe, as hopefully my intel's right. Telescovy was your pole sitter. He sits on position number 3. Elliston, the South Australian, he's on P4. P5 is Sacco. You've got Hall there as well. Santa Lucia and Parker. McEachran and Bray. The red helmet there of Riley George in 33. So we'll try and get through them all as we get through this one. Big field. Down into turn 1. Herbertson's going to lead them through the opening complex. They're all still running pretty well. One just really wide there. I think that... it's hard to catch a number. It was a Cosmic Car, very, very crossed up through Canteen. But it's Herbertson, McPherson, Telescovy, Oh, move down the inside from Santa Lucia on Elliston. Sacco in behind, Hall. Behind him is Parker, Bray, McEachran, George, Anagnostiades. I think the next one through is Jet Buckley. So watch for Ava to come through as well here. 95 is Jason Douglas, Jordan Malcolm, Brock Fewens. Card 11 is Josh Lackas. So I've missed one. I'm going to get that last one on the next time by. Might be Lewis Himes, I reckon. So Herbertson, McPherson, Telescovy. All line astir at the moment. Brooklyn Parker having a bit of a nibble at the back of the Tony cart there of Ethan Bray. So it's cart 12, Blake Bassett was the one I missed, so sorry to Blake. But at front of the order, Herbertson and McPherson, as they have a big conga line. Probably the top 5. Top 2 are a bit close to the next one, and then 4th and 5th between Santa Lucia and Elliston. Behind them it's Hall. Then there's a little cluster of carts there, which is Sacco. Involves Bray and also Parker. McEachran and George are close there. Ava's the next one in the order. Then Douglas. 13 is Jet Buckley. Lackas. Jordan Malcolm. Brock Fewens. And then rounding out your field at the moment is cart 12 of Blake Bassett. So all still on the island at this point. Hasn't been a lot of change of position so far, apart from the start. So look for some moves as the race goes on. Oh, Riley George just got into the back there a little bit of Scott McEachran, allowing Ava Anagnostiades to slip up the inside. But still out front, it's Herbertson and McPherson. Similar driving style between the two. Telescovy's next. Elliston. Santa Lucia. Angus Hall is clear in that position. So it's 6th for Hall at the moment. Bray's moved a couple ahead to sit ahead of Sacco and also Parker. McEachran's doing a good job. Ava's starting to charge through. Riley George is the next one in the order. Douglas. Then it's the 13 of Buckley. Malcolm. 11 is Lackas. Fewens. And rounding out the field is Bassett. So the front two just starting to get a little bit closer together. Parker just got a little bit balked there in the middle of the pack by the car in front of him, which is Sacco. So McPherson starting to put some work into Herbertson, while the battle for third is well and truly on now. Telescovy under fire from Elliston with Santa Lucia in his back pocket. So it could be a multiple positional change here as Elliston goes the dive into turn 1. But McPherson's now got ahead of Herbertson. Herbertson back in front of McPherson. So it's all starting to get to the business time of the race. We're going to come around and see the last lap board this time by heat number 2 of KA3 Senior Light for Roberts Builders and also MJ Pressure Works. So it's a 4-car battle now for third as Santa Lucia goes down the inside of Telescovy. Little bit of a nudge there from Hall. Good battle in behind too. Plenty going on here in KA3 Senior Light. Herbertson goes defensive on McPherson. Elliston is the next through after those two. Santa Lucia. But look at the battle pack forming behind. Too wide between Telescovy and Hall down through the railway. Doesn't often work. Ethan Bray now tacks onto the back. The next order is Parker. Then you've got Anagnostiades. Then Sacco. Riley George is next. McEachran Douglas. Buckley's the next one. Malcolm. But the win this time is going to go to Herbertson. Herbertson and McPherson. First and second. Elliston home in third. Santa Lucia, Telescovy, Hall, Bray, Parker, Anagnostiades, Sacco, George, McEachran, Douglas, Buckley, Malcolm, Lacus, Fewens, and rounding out the field is Bassett. What a race that one was. Roberts Builders and MJ Pressure Works.
Could we have Cadet 9 on the grid now, please? Cadet 9 are on the grid, to be followed by KA4 Junior Light.
So Victorian Combined Masters brought to you by the Cobden BP Roadhouse. Big supporters of the club down here. And also our series sponsors, KFC and PCJ Data and Electrical. So of course Phil Smith pounced and took the win in the first heat. So he will start on the front row there alongside Ash Mitchell. They will go toe to toe one more time. The second row of Pethbridge and Gigas. Behind them is Rethus and Crane, Gelbart and Stubbs. Then I think you'll look at, I reckon it'll be John the Jet Page, the missile, sorry. And then Hocking, and that'll be about your top 10 in this one. Always put on great racing, the Masters. It's pretty tight right at the top there with Smith and Mitchell. So being very well behaved as they roll around. Good sized field of Masters. They're away. Good start there for Smith and also Pethbridge. Oh, Gigas on Mitchell pulls to the inside of Pethbridge. That was a great move. So watch for them to sort themselves out in the opening couple of laps here. Crane's got ahead of Rethus as well. So that's P5 for Matt Crane. So Smith and Mitchell, Pethbridge, as they have been in the opener. Gigas is in there as well. Crane, followed by Rethus and Gelbart. Next behind is Stubbs. And behind Stubbs is Page. Zeke Sloan's next. Lloyd Wilson. Sorry, it's Hugh Wilson. Hugh Wilson in the 47. 34 there is Carl Gibson. Ron Taylor behind him. Ash Price. Andrew Hyde is our P-plater that's battling with Price. Barry Golightly's in there too, along with Neil Macaulay. Macaulay, sorry. So Hockings dropped to the rear of the field at the start there. Started pretty high up in this one. Oh, and he's had a spin over the back there, exiting the horseshoe. So that's not going to bode well for a good result in this one. Good battle between 86 and 12, being Hyatt and also Simon Ialola. Also now Mitchell and both Pethridge have both grabbed Phil Smith. Oh, Smith goes back to the inside of Pethridge. That didn't work out too well, and Gigas has taken advantage. Smith goes deep into the railway, but Mitchell's got a little bit of a gap now. That won't be much. It'll come back. Mitchell has a quick look over the shoulder. He's got to hope that these guys start fighting, and Heath Gelbart has shown a turn of pace here now to get on the back of this group. Crane and Reethus next in the order. Stubbs, the missile Page, and then Zeke Sloan. So Ash Mitchell looking good at the moment. Oh, Gelbart up the inside of Pethridge now. So great move by Heath Gelbart. I think he's the ace in the pack here. The other guys race each other really regularly, but I don't know that they know what the quantity is when they look at Heath Gelbart. So watch for Gelbart to make some moves here in cart number 14. Crane, Reethus and Stubbs also tightening up. Further behind. McCauley now on Taylor down into the last turn. Oh, Gelbart cart reacted very awkwardly in the middle of the corner there. Down through turn 1. Cost him a position to Pethridge. So Phil Smith realises he's going to have to turn up the wick here to catch Ash Mitchell, and at the moment appears to be doing so. So Mitchell had about 3 cart lengths into that corner, but it's fluctuating, so they'll be better on different parts of the track. Gelbart dropped a little bit off the back of Pethridge. That was a really awkward reaction down at turn 1 from his cart. It is a bumpy part of the track down there, so it doesn't take much to upset you if you're already unsettled. So Stubbs now gets past Daniel Reethus. So that 4-cart cluster just about to be back in touch with Ash Mitchell. So it's going to be a 4-way battle for the lead here in not too long. And Gelbart not far off being able to capitalise. Matt Crane's the next one through. Stubbs, Reethus, Page, Zeke Sloan. Good to see Zeke having a good run too. Wilson, McCauley. The 34 of Gibson and Taylor. Taylor tries a move in the mid-corner. Looks like that one's a done one. Ash Price. Oh, side by side into the railway between Phil Smith and Ash Mitchell. And Smith's got him. So they're going to see the last lap board. Oh, Mitchell runs a bit wide. Gigas is going to get up the inside of Pethridge. We're going to have a real race here for the Miners. So Smith has timed it to perfection where he skipped ahead. And now the battle for second, third and fourth is on in earnest. Gigas looks no good. Watch for Pethridge though. Up too high entering the canteen corner. Gets a little bit of a look at a crossover, but nothing happening. So Smith, Mitchell, the order as they go through. Smith looks like he's got enough in the tank now. Mitchell, he's got to defend from Gigas and also Pethridge. Even half a cart width wide here, and he's going to get gobbled up. Gigas, is he going to look? No, doesn't have a look into the last corner. Great race from the Masters. Phil Smith wins. Mitchell, Gigas, Pethridge, Gelbart, Crane, Stubbs, Reethus, Page. Next one through. McCauley, Sloan, Wilson, Taylor, Price, Gibson, Go Lightly. Ialola, the 86 Cardiff, and Drew Hyatt, and Noel Hocking rounds out your field. What a race that one was for Cobden BP Roadhouse and also MJ Pressure Works.
KA4 Junior Light. Could we have KA4 Junior Light on the grid now, please? To be followed by Tag Light and Heavy.
So Cadet 9 for Cobden Tools and Trailers, Central Vic Carts, and also the Bendigo Bank. Looks like a bit of heartbreak there at the start for Hunter Karamoskis, who's not going, or looks unlikely to start this one. So he's out of business. That's really unlucky there for young Hunter. So hopefully we can get that cart all fired up. Actually, no, I don't think it is Hunter. It's Mason. They're very hard to tell the numbers apart on those ones. So I think we've got Mason there who's pulled back in. So for Cobden Tools and Trailers, Central Vic Carts and the Bendigo Bank, Cruz Kelly and Archie Bristow to bring them to the starter. Second row of Mifsud and also Polkinghorn. So look for some more good racing in this one. Good battles through the field in the earlier events. So Heat 2's away. Good even start. Mifsud looks to split the middle. So it's Kelly, Bristow, Mifsud. Armit, I think, is the next one through in 15. Gurney. So Alana Gurney has moved up a couple of positions there at the start. Polkinghorn's dropped back a couple. Bo Chambers is next in the queue. Jet O'Leary. And then it'll be the 31 card of Hunter Karamoskis, who is going to be rounding out the field. So Cruz Kelly's away. Bristow gives chase. Mifsud, Armit, Gurney, Polkinghorn and Chambers. So second heat, the battle pack sort of down the field has merged a little bit. So in the earlier race, Chambers and also Gurney had a battle of their own. But now Gurney's a little bit further up. Chambers is on the back of that sort of cluster. He's got a little bit of work to do to get up on, right onto the back of them. But Gurney now putting Armit under pressure. Gurney moves to the inside. Oh, not quite done there into the last corner. We're at a lot tighter race at the front here with Cruz Kelly and also Archie Bristow. Mifsud sits in third position. Armit, Gurney and Polkinghorn. Polkinghorn now to the inside of Gurney. Can't quite seal the deal there. And it looks like the Hunter Karamuskas has got the better of Jet O'Leary in this one. But still at the head, it's Cruz Kelly. But I tell you what, Archie Bristow is not letting him go. So this one will be a good race as it goes on. Xavier Mifsud, I reckon, has done a lot of practice in the last little bit because he's driving very, very well. Gurney and Polkinghorn. Beau Chambers. So we have lost one over the back there, which I would suggest is Oliver Armit. So Armit parked on the exit of the railway double left. So unfortunate there, run for Armit, out of business in this one. Well, Bristow's taking the lead now from Cruz Kelly. So Kelly has slots back up the inside. There's a crisscross again. This is a great race, ladies and gentlemen. Hope everyone up at the fence is enjoying it. And you at home also enjoying a great race between two youngsters here in Cadet 9. Side by side again. Kelly and Bristow, a pair of Paralympians, evenly matched in this one. Third place belongs to Xavier Mifsud, Alana Gurney, Curtis Polkinghorn and Beau Chambers the next one through. Hunter Karamuskas and also Jet O'Leary rounding out your field. So Bristow stalking the back here of Cruz Kelly. So we've got 3 more laps of this to sort out Heat 2 of Cadet 9 for Cobden Tools and Trailers. Another move, Bristow up the inside. Also our series sponsors, Central Vic Carts and Parts and also the Bendigo Bank. Well, Bristow goes very defensive into the railway corners. Through the horseshoe. It's a great spot to get momentum on the exit of that horseshoe. If you get really good drive out there, kind of like what Cruz Kelly got now. Bristow's hanging around the inside. Maybe a little bit early to be this defensive. But Kelly, he's going to have to find a way, an alternative way, as Bristow leads this one. Heat 2. They go side by side into one. Bristow on the inside. Kelly on the outside. Oh, he's got a little bit of an overlap there as Cruz Kelly, and Bristow can't get across. So there's going to be a change for the lead. What a great battle this is for the lead in Cadet 9. So Cruz Kelly back in front of Archie Bristow. Mifsud is under fire from Alana Gurney, who is really getting on with this one. So Gurney's on fire. She's chased down, got past Polkinghorn, chased down Mifsud and looking for a position in the top 3 here in cart 34. So Kelly goes to the defensive line now. This is the last lap. Been a great battle right to the end. Great battle at the back there too between Hunter and Jet O'Leary. Oh, Jet tries to move down into the last corner. Nothing happening there. So the 2 leaders, Cruz Kelly and also Bristow. Oh, we're going to go a bit of side-by-side action here down into the last corner. Kelly's on the narrow line. Bristow's on the high side. They're going to have a crisscross. Not quite going to get enough run, Bristow. They are side by side, but it's Cruz Kelly that wins. Bristow home in second. Next cart through is Mifsud, Gurney, Polkinghorn, Beau Chambers. And then the battle between Karamoskis and also O'Leary rages. O'Leary gets up the inside. They come down the straight to the last corner. Two youngsters learning their craft. O'Leary goes in very deep into the last turn. Bit of a wiggle, but it's going to be O'Leary who gets the upper hand. And good to see them having such a great battle there. Filling the minor positions, but enjoying it just as much as anyone at the front. That one brought to you by Cobden Tools and Trailers, and also Central Vic Carts and Parts and the Bendigo Bank. So just while we wait for that cart to be collected, we have got some uncollected prizes in the canteen. Ray Dumsney, Chris Gardner, Aaron Bottomley, Phil Smith, Matthew Elliott, Archie Bristow, Todd Chambers, Remo Luciani and Grace Dunmore. So you guys, if you could please collect your prizes from the canteen. Just a reminder that we have got the merchandise on sale. It's a fresh print this year. I picked it, Scotty McLaughlin in the logo. Of course, the IndyCar winner at St. Petersburg, they're just a fortnight ago, so it was probably last week actually. But I noticed the new logo includes Scotty McLaughlin, of course, the 2009 Victorian Country Series Clubman Light champion. So good to see drivers kicking on after it. So if you're after some merch, go and grab some. See Jenny and the girls in the canteen. Just a reminder, the canteen also well stocked with hot and cold food and also cold and hot drinks. So if you're feeling a bit peckish or you can't get the temperature right, need a jumper or need a new hat, get over into the canteen and see the crew in there. You won't be disappointed.
Could we have tag heavy and tag light on the grid now, please? Tag light and tag heavy on the grid now, please, to be followed by tag 125 restricted medium and heavy.
KO4 Junior Light on the track now for Karting Obsession and also our series sponsor, All Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company. Just another shout out to Jenny and the girls over there selling the merchandise in the canteen. So you probably need a hat at the moment. The UV's up, so if you head over to the canteen, plenty of great hats and beanies and hoodies and shirts and everything. So support the VCS and get yourself a really good high quality piece of apparel from All Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company. So KA4 Junior Light on the track now. James Anagnostiades will start from pole position. Of course, one to watch in this one's Matt Basso, who's a bit further back than we would have expected. So Darcy Heine will start on the front row alongside Anagnostiades. Chelsea Humphrey on the second row as well. Alongside Aston Hill in the Techno. So Anagnostiades to lead. Oh, Chelsea Humphreys heading backwards. Just stops before the tyres. So a scary moment there for Chelsea down to turn one. Oh, we've got one parked up. Surely it's not Matt Basso. I think it is. Matt Basso. Absolutely devastated, and understandably too. I don't think there's going to be a good TikTok after this one. So Anagnostiades leads away. Darcy Haynes sits second ahead of Aston Hill. Next car through is James Snaith, Acacia McEachran, Riley Stairs. Jaden Della in the 33 also drove very well in the opening heat, but didn't probably get rewarded. So look for Della to make some progress here. So just ahead of Della is Nate Young, who was also good in the opener. 31 is Spiteri, and of course Chelsea Humphrey rounding out your field. So Anagnostiades, clear leader at the moment from Darcy Heine. Aston Hill sits in third position, holding off James Snaith. Acacia McEachran from the Ballarat Kart Club currently sits in fifth position. Just ahead of Young. Then Stairs and Della. Chelsea Humphrey with some work to do after that opening scary moment. Oh, Aston Hill and James Snaith going side by side into turn one. Hill still leads, but Snaith's getting very, very keen, looking to make something happen. Acacia McEachran joining them in that battle. But James Anagnostiades driving beautifully in kart number 14. As he said earlier, more accustomed to seeing him in the number 9. But he's changed his number, I'd say, due to the fact that Riley Stairs is already number 9. So he's driving the number 14, more familiar. He's seen on Ava's kart. Heine's in second. Good battle now. Snaith up the inside of Aston Hill. McEachran right in this battle. Oh, I tell you what, there Aston Hill had the brakes locked. Just had to have a second go at turning in to the first turn, which has really cost him in track position with James Snaith. So McEachran now goes to work on the back of the Aston Hill kart. I'll tell you what, the battle between Stairs and Della is as good as any battle out there at the moment. Nate Young's got clear, giving chase to McEachran. Chelsea Humphrey's got a quick go-kart, but unfortunately there's not much he can do from that position. So James Snaith has been unleashed now by the pass on Aston Hill, who's now under fire from McEachran. Nate Young sits clear, although he's going to join that battle in the not too distant future, you feel. Stairs and Della and Chelsea Humphrey currently rounding out your field. This one brought to you by Karting Obsession and also All Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company. So 2 laps remain now for James Anagnostiades. Darcy Hiney's driving very well as well in second position. He's well clear of James Snaith. Oh, it is red hot now between Aston Hill and also Acacia McEachran. So McEachran gets up there beside Hill, but not enough. The momentum change. And as I expected, Nate Young, he's going to be given a ticket to this battle as well. So through the horseshoe, that battle goes down the back chute into Coca-Cola. They are very close, and Nate Young could be the man here to pick up the pieces. As Anagnostiades goes past on his last lap of this one. Heat 2 of KA4 Junior Light. Snaith, oh now, look at the battle now. So McEachran, oh, Hill goes up the inside with a very deep move. Nate Young right on the back. McEachran comes back at Aston Hill. So that's where the action is in this one, ladies and gentlemen. It's the battle for 4th place. Anagnostiades clear under the flag. Hiney, so Anagnostiades comes to the line. Heat 2 winner, James Anagnostiades. Darcy Hiney, great drive for second. 3rd place is going to belong to James Snaith. And the battle for 4th is going to belong to Aston Hill, Acacia McEachran and Nate Young. Great race. Riley Stairs and also Jaden Della. Chelsea Humphrey rounds out your finishes. Unfortunately, Matt Basto parked up at turn 1. That one brought to you by Karting Obsession, All-Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company.
Could we have tag 125 restricted, medium and heavy on the grid now, please? Tag 125 restricted, medium and heavy on the grid now, please, to be followed by X30.
Brought to you by the Cobden BP Roadhouse and also our series sponsors Chambers, Portable Line Boring and Pro Karting. So the lights come into the field, brought to you by Max Fay. And also, I think it's Matt the Sortino, Mark Sortino, who currently leads Maxi Fay down into the railway. As the heavies come round to get started, it's going to be Westerveld and Schmidt. They're away, so we've got a good start there in both classes. Oh, we got one up over the top there. Slides back onto the inside of the track. That was a big incident. Ray Dumsney's been majorly disadvantaged out of that one too. Might have been Pettenhofer, I think, that went on the big ride down there. We'll have a look at them as they come back by. But the lights, Maxi Fay goes to the inside. Grabs a little bit of nose cone on the front of the Sortino cart. Steve Malkin's right in tucked behind. Dave Menzel, Jono McKean. So a good battle there in the lights. As we resume the battle with Westerveld, King and also Schmidt. So it was the 96 there that ran over the top, which was Safoso. So Sortino and Safoso are getting my tongue tied here. But Max Fay looks absolutely blistering here in cart number 71. Leading Sortino, Malkin and Menzel. Behind them is Jono McKean. Great battle at the front of the heavies too. Watch for Aiden Solomon to come through. He just makes a move up the inside there. I think that was on Jaden Wallace. So, of course, one of our front runners in the restricted class previously was Aiden Solomon. Oh, we got one. That's one of the Dunmores parked up over the back. I think that'll be... I think that's Grace. Oh, no, it might be Greg Dunmore. Greg Dunmore parked up over at Coca-Cola. King still gives chase on the back of Westerveld. We'll run through the order in the heavies here as they go past. Nick Schmidt's in third. Alex Baker, Liam Pollard, Pettenhofer, Solomon, Wallace. 27 is Steve Nichols. Then you've got Safoso, and rounding out the field is Ray Dumsney. Have a look at the lights now as they come back past the stripe. It's Max Fay dominating. Safino. Then you got Malkin, Menzel. Then the next one through is McKean. And then it's Daniel Finlay. The 17 cart. I missed one of the carts through there, which was Mitch Arrows in the 17. Might have been Daniel Pegg. I think that cart with the bright helmet is Daniel Pegg. So Max Fay looking very, very quick here in the lights. Comfortable margin over Steve Malcolm. Sortino's next through. Under fire now from Dave Menzel. McKean and also Finlay starting to range up to make this a bigger battle. But back on the heavies, can King challenge Westerveld? Looks unlikely at the moment. Nick Schmidt. So a little bit of action here with the meatball flag coming out. Someone's about to get served their lunch. So this one getting quietly engaged. The meatball flag's out. Still to be determined who's... Oh no, it's put away. Reheating for later. So Solomon now's got ahead of Pettenhofer. So rear bumper issue, I think it is for the 62 of Ray Dumsney. So he's already having a bad run and it's turned even worse. So we're on the last lap here. So Max Fay is your leader in the lights. Still Billy Westerveld leads in the heavies. Fay is well clear of Steve Malkin. So this has been a real turn up for the books because John O'McKean's in third. There's a couple of carts moving really slowly through here. So Menzel is the next cart through. Satino, Finlay, Peg, and also the 17 of Mitch Arrow. So it's all closed up. Malkin, McKean, Menzel. Oh, Finlay in that Evel Knievel helmet. That was some sort of stunt. Very, very hard to keep an eye on all of them. Westerveld, King, Schmidt. Solomon with a good drive. Baker, Pettenhofer, Wallace, Pollard. Sofoso, next one through. And then Ray Dumsney's going to have to reheat those meatballs later. That one brought to you by the Cobden BP Roadhouse, Brant, and also our series sponsors Chambers Portable Line Boring and Pro Karting.
Could we have KA4 Junior Light, cart 82, Nate Young? KA4 Junior Light, cart number 82, Nate Young. To the steward's rooms with your guardian, please.
So tag restricted medium and heavy about to roll out for Ultimate Karting and also JMB Transport. Series sponsors AHR Media and Darren Sportography. Of course, shout out to Darren out there in the infield in the pink vest, taking all your photos for the VCS. So if you are interested in a photo package, please see Darren from Darren's Sportography. So another of our dual class races here. So the medium was fairly willing earlier. Bo Humphrey was your winner. Mark Shrub finished in second. I'll tell you what, it feels like it's flown to get back to this race, to be honest. Doesn't seem like that long ago these guys rolled off the track. And of course our second last of the heats. Second last round of the heats before we go into our finals. Well, Southwest Car Club doing a magnificent job running this meeting. Of course, with the assistance of Karting Victoria. So Moss was, we had a few drivers that were right into it in the last one, so expect to see him. I know Moss had to work his way back through, but watch out for some really, really tight racing in this one. And then the heavies, Kevin Hitchcock, he drove beautiful.
We have X30 on the grid now, please. X30 on the grid now, to be followed by the final of tag 125 restricted light.
Cullen also out there along with Hayden Tucker and also Adrian Matheson. So a fairly good Ballarat contingent in this field. Three of the heavies are all from the Ballarat Car Club. So no Southwest Car Club representation in either of these two classes. So strong Warrnambool, Ballarat, so lots of different clubs contributing. Good to see the Melbourne clubs back out here again. It's been too long that we've had these interruptions due to the pandemic, so it's great to see everyone back out here and competing and doing what they love. So that's the main thing. Bo Humphreys away, or Greg Ord, hard to miss, shoots to the outside there. 3 wide into turn 1, but it's Humphrey that leads. Moss is into second, Shrubs in third. Rowan Tonkin sits in 4th position. The heavies are away, so Angwin with a monster start, 3 wide into turn 1. Fair bit of inertia going in there. So a little bit of a nudge from between Hitchcock and also Kilcullen, which has allowed Matheson, I think it is, to move up into 3rd place. Is it Matheson or Tucker? No, it's Tucker. So Tucker up into 3rd. So Humphrey and Moss do battle at the head of the queue here in the medium class. Right behind is Mark Shrub, who's having a great weekend. Behind them is Tonkin. Tonkin sits in 4th position. Just ahead of the 88, so Tonkin, and then I think we've got Rosenwig's also in that combination. No, it's James Head that's in there. So Head has made a bit of a recovery after the last one. Started right up the front, James Head, and was significantly further back in that one. The other one was Chris Gardner. So Gardner currently sits in about 6th position. Oh, we've got a real cluster of carts now. Don't know whether we've had one that's bogged down or Humphrey's got a problem because they've just all of a sudden bunched up dramatically. Moss, oh, now we've got a problem. 3 wide, they're into it. So Moss and Humphrey, that was a big move from Humphrey and it caused him and Moss to drop the lead. Mark Shrubs in front. And look out, James Head's back in there. Oh, might have been a bit of help there into turn 1 from, to the naked eye. But Shrub leads from Moss and still Humphrey. So the two of them are back at it again. So Humphrey, it was Moss off the track. So Tonkin's in there, as is Gardner. Greg Ord's made some inroads as well. So this is really tightened up this class. Ord up the inside now. I think that was on Gardner. Doesn't make it stick. So Shrub and then Humphrey, Moss, Head, Tonkin. Meanwhile, back in the heavies, Mick Angwin has cleared out on Hitchcock. Tucker still in 3rd. Leads Kilcullen and also Matheson. So Shrub and Humphrey, your leaders in the medium class. Behind them, it's James Head, who has dramatically moved through the field. Moss. And then Tonkin, Gardner. Behind Gardner is the 81 of Rosenweg, and then Greg Ord. Ord with a big move at the end of the straight. Gets it done. Almost drops the wheel off. Oh, we got one upside down. That's going to bring out a red flag.
You rolled it.
There's one over at the upside down near the canteen. So red flag. We've got some carters out there trying to get the cart off our driver.
Go red. Yeah, go red.
So that one will be a red, definitely a red flag. So this will be a stoppage, ladies and gentlemen. We certainly hope that driver is okay over there. So ready to get back into it again. Now, just an update on that rollover, and it was unfortunately Ben Moss, and we're told that he's been cleared by the medicos, so good news there. So yeah, we wish Ben quick recovery, and hopefully, might be lucky, we might be seeing him back out there later this afternoon. So X30 out on track now. Brought to you by BM Tronics and also our series sponsors, Karting Australia, through their LeConte and Maxxis tyres. Of course, Jacob Dowson was the opening heat winner. Second was Jackson Johnson, Matt Domishen. Matty Domishen was third. So getting set for this one, as I said, brought to you by BM Tronics.
Could we have tag 125 restricted light on the grid now, please? Tag 125 restricted light for the final, to be followed by KA4 Junior Heavy.
So didn't quite catch the driver on the second row there with Domishen. Might be Riley Jabke, I believe, in kart 44. Mav Benson and Nick Ryan sit on row number 3. Jamie McKay and Luke Bergens, row number 4. Derek Rogers is joined by kart number 88, which is Hudson Williams on row number 5. So that's your top 10 at the moment. A couple of young guns. Harry Campbell starting towards the rear of the field there, along with Parker Scott. See Kobe Triggs down there too. So good field in X30. And the starter's hands now for BM Tronics and Karting Australia. And Dowson's away. Domishen into second. Jabke's on the outside there of Johnson. Benson next through. Nick Ryan, Jamie McKay. Will Misson's the next card after Jamie McKay. Derek Rogers. Nathan Williams, Luke Bergens, Ryan Cook. Harry Campbell, Parker Scott, Kobe Trigg, and rounding out your field at the moment is Hudson Williams. So Jabke was up challenging the back of Jackson Johnson, now in the clutches of Mav Benson. But out front it's Dowson who leads, Domishen in second, Jackson Johnson, then Jabke Benson. Nick Ryan, so we've got some graduates. Nick Ryan's moved up from the KA3 class. Will Misson's also up. Jamie McKay's in there as well. Derek Rogers. Nathan Williams. Bergen's not making as much inroads as we might have expected. Oh, Parker Scott on the inside of Harry Campbell now. So that's a move for position from Parker Scott. Ryan Cook there behind Campbell now. Trigg and Williams rounding out your field. So a pair of Williams in this one. But it's Dowson who leads comfortably in the early stages here. Domishen behind. Followed by Jackson Johnson, Jabke and Benson. So move down the inside, Bergen's on Rogers. So a couple of little battle packs starting to spice up. Jabke and Benson's one of them. Ryan and McKay, another one that's close. Further down, Parker Scott and Harry Campbell are still pretty close. But out front is still Jacob Dowson leading the field. from Matt Domishin. Jackson Johnson. Of course, Domishin and Johnston, KA3 junior rivals back a few seasons ago. Now duking it out in the X30 class. It was brought to you by BM Tronics and also Karting Australia. Brought to you at home on the live stream courtesy of Southwest Conveyancing and also PCJ Data and Electrical. So a big shout out to everyone watching at home here. Opening round of the 2022 DPE Kart Superstore. This is heat 2 of X30. Should be the last heat of the day. However, we do still have a few laps to run of the medium, restricted medium and heavy race. So Parker Scott now puts a move on Derek Rogers for position further down the order. Battle between Misson and Williams. They come through the horseshoe now. So plenty of little action packs here, but it's Dowson who's doing all the leading here. So Williams now grabs Misson into Coca-Cola. So that's another position for Nathan Williams, who come to an unfortunate demise at the start of the opener. So Williams suggesting to Misson, let's go and catch the guys in front, as Misson makes another move to go back past. So that's not going to happen at the moment. So Jackson Johnston starting to hunt the back of Domishin. There's a group of karts behind them, which includes Jabke, Benson, Ryan and also Jamie McKay. So Benson's right on the back now of Jabke. Jabke has a bit of a look over the shoulder. So close between these two. Nick Ryan holding on. Will Misson, Bergens. Watch Bergens under brakes. Gets up the inside of Will Misson. Very, very deep under brakes is Luke Bergens. So they're coming around to greet the checkered flag. This one's gone quick, and so it should. The fastest karts we have on circuit here at Cobden. And it's going to be Jacob Dowson to win comfortably Heat 2 for BM Tronics and Karting Australia. Dowson home. He'll start the final from pole position. Matty Domishin on 2. Jackson Johnston, Riley Jabke and Mav Benson. Nick Ryan, Jamie McKay, Nathan Williams, Bergens, Parker Scott, Harry Campbell, Will Misson, Derek Rogers, Ryan Cook, Kobe Trigg, and rounding out your field is Hudson Williams. That one brought to you by BM Tronics and Karting Australia. So I get set for the finals here now. Opening round of the DPE Kart Superstore Victorian Country Series. Just a reminder that the merchandise is available in the canteen. There was still a few prizes yet to be picked up. And also a reminder that the merchandise is still readily available. Canteen fully stocked. So if you are hungry, cold, whatever you're feeling, they've got something over there for you. So head over and see the crew at the canteen. So we get set to go for our finals here, 12-lap finals at Cobden. So looking forward to some more great racing, which will be kicked off by the Restricted Light. He'll be out on the track soon for PJ's Roast and the DPE Kart Superstore. Tag restricted live for PJ's Roast. Roast Coffee and also the DPE Kart Superstore. The first of your 12-lap finals here for the opening round of the DPE Kart Superstore Victorian Country Series. So Spiros Adagnostopoulos has been exceptionally fast today, and he's going to start from pole position in this one. Tim Rankin moves up beside him on the front row. So Adagnostopoulos and Rankin on the front row. Lukey Walker's going to start from position number 3. Jacob Dowling on his outside. Matthew Elliott doing an excellent job for a P-plater. He's going to be on the 3rd row. So just sorting themselves out. I'd love to give you a full run through, but timing not working. So so Keen's right out of this one before the start. So that's Seth Burton that's on the 3rd row there. Andrew Ray,
KA4 Junior Heavy on the grid now, please. KA4 Junior Heavy on the grid now, please, to be followed by KA3 Senior Medium.
Bad start for Rankin. Spiro Adagnostopoulos, sorry, tongue twister there. Thought I'd done it right today, and there we go. So Adagnostopoulos is away. Tim Rankin, the big loser out of that start there. So Luke Walker's in 2nd. Elliott sits in 3rd. Rankin, Ray. So behind Ray is Seth Burton, Jacob Dowling, Terry Rankin, go lightly. 69 is Jaden Christensen. 8 Fitzsimmons and 88 is Lee Wilkinson. So the driver looking most likely to challenge Spiros is Luke Walker. Spoke to Luke before, 3 years since he's driven his sprint car and many more since he's driven a go-kart, driving the 74 Bill West machine. I reckon from my memory, and it stretches back quite a while, I reckon Bevan Walker used to race number 74, and I reckon Luke was number 70. So it's a bit of a homecoming driving the Bill West number 74. So come to the line, Adagnostopoulos leads in the 56. Luke Walker runs 2nd. Elliott in 3rd, the P-plater. Tim Rankin, Andrew Ray and Seth Burton. What a little pack that is starting to form, with Elliott under fire from Rankin. Ray right behind in that bright red helmet. Seth Burton, of course, a junior champion, sits in behind. So we've got a bit of 2x2 action. It's going to draw Jacob Dowling into this fight as well. Andrew Ray now on the inside of Elliott, 3 wide down the straight. Could end in tears, but it doesn't. They've all sorted themselves out. And Andrew Ray comes ahead in that pack. Seth Burton looks for a move on the inside of Elliott. Nothing doing there. All runs wide. Dowling opens the door there to Terry Rankin. But out front it's Spiros. Still leading Luke Walker. Tim Rankin, he's a little bit clear of Andrew Ray, but that next cluster, they are fighting tooth and nail. So that was Dowling come from the middle. I don't know how to explain what just happened. Come from the outside through the middle. We're outside of one, inside of another. So now Terry Rankin gets up the inside there. I think it was Daniel Go Lightly. So some really, really engaging battles down through the field in the first of our finals here at Cobden. Brought to you by PJ's Roast and the DPE Kart Superstore. Kart 8, Jacob Fitzsimmons. He's out of business as he rolls back into the pits. The 69, which is Jaden Christensen on the inside of the canteen corner. Not a good spot to park, not getting anything to eat there. But at the lead, it's Anagnostopoulos, who's been the dominant force this weekend in tag 125 restricted light. He's going to see 7 laps to go on the board as he comes to the start line. He's just edging away from Luke Walker. Tim Rankin sits in third. Andrew Ray. And I tell you what, Seth Burton might be just starting to put the heat on Andrew Ray. Of course, Andrew Ray, a very accomplished junior racer, stepped away into 500s, making a return now. Oh, Burton. Burton's had some sort of failure there, I think. He's gone straight ahead over at the horseshoe. Like actually the second part of the railway, just straight ahead. So Burton remarkably has only lost 1 spot after that excursion. Boy, oh boy, that was a bit exciting. So Anagnostopoulos still your leader. Luke Walker comfortable in second. Tim Rankin, Andrew Ray, Dowland. The Seth Burton kart, that was something when he went across the cross and skipped the horseshoe. Negotiates it a bit better this time. Be interested to know what happened over the back there. But Spiros has not put a foot wrong all weekend, and he's looking very, very sharp with 5 laps remaining. Luke Walker's done an excellent job. I'll tell you what, my sandwiches has just arrived, and you haven't had a egg and lettuce sandwich, treat yourself.
No, it was the roast roll.
So Spiros continuing to dominate from Luke Walker, Tim Rankin, Andrew Ray. There's a bit of heat coming now for Dowland, and also the next car behind Dowland is Burton. Of course, Burton gave that position up sensationally just a few laps ago. Terry Rankin, the next one through. Behind, so Rankin just ahead of Elliott. So Elliott was right up the front and has been shuffled down that order. Daniel Golightly, and currently rounding out your field is Lee Wilkinson. So a couple of battles. Oh, I see a rear bumper issue there for Dowland. So 3 laps remain. And looks like meatballs for Dowland. So a definite rear bumper issue for Jacob Dowland, who continues on just ahead of Seth Burton. So that'll be unsettling for Burton as he zeroes in on the back. So Spiros comes round, he'll face the, must almost be the last lap board. No, 2 laps remain for Anagnostopoulos. It's going to be heartbreak for Jacob Dowland. Not that he's in a podium position, but he sees the sign. Continues on. So just a couple of corners remain between Spiros and Anagnostopoulos and victory here in tag 125 light for the opening round. No, he's going to do another one. So So Spiros has got one more lap to go until he takes victory here at Cobden. Luke Walker's driven perfectly in second. Tim Rankin, Andrew Ray, Dowling. So Spiros continues to lead. Down into the last corner. It's going to greet the checkered flag. Perfect weekend from Anagnostopoulos. Second goes to Luke Walker. Tim Rankin home in third. Andrew Ray fourth. Jacob Dowling. Seth Burton. Terry Rankin. Elliott Golightly. And Wilkinson. Round out your field there in tag restricted light for PJ's Roast and also DPE Kart Superstore. KA4 Junior Heavy out on track now, brought to you by Billy Ryan and the team at Kartworks, and also our series sponsor Remo Racing, the Army X30 engine. Just a reminder, if you do need some new merch, go and see Jenny and the girls in the canteen. Of course, Scott McLaughlin inspired logo this year, so go and grab yourself a piece of merch with the 2009 Clubman Light VCS champion plastered on it Of course, IndyCar winner at St. Petersburg for the opening round. So if you're interested in some merch, get over there now. And also a reminder that we have the, we also have the Pro Karting Sportsmanship Award. So if you see someone who's done something that shows great sportsmanship, go and nominate them at the canteen. I know there was a driver out there earlier who picked up another competitor's nose cone to bring it back to the pits. I reckon that'd be a great nomination. So if you feel like you've seen some great sportsmanship, go and plaster it down on a piece of paper over at the canteen for the Pro Karting Sportsmanship Award. Of course, KA4 Junior Heavy, these three tongue twisters are back. So Faye and Finlay, oh, there's a big spin. We've taken out 4 of your top competitors there. This just blows it wide open. Laura Faye way off the track. I don't think Finlay's going anywhere. Faye spins on the grass, still moving. This is where the excitement is, ladies and gentlemen. Laura Faye's going to rejoin. Finlay still trying, but I reckon he's OUT. Finlay is out. That is big news at turn 1 of the Junior Heavy final. So this blows the doors to this class wide open. Wowee, here we go. So your leader now, Kart 27 of Lachlan Sharp. Fletcher Shaw is challenging for the lead. Rendell. And then Daniel Malcolm in kart number 19. Can you believe it? Taylor McKinlay sits in 5th position. I don't believe what I saw, to be honest. So here we go. The battle for the lead, would you believe it, is between Lachlan Sharp and also Fletcher Shaw. They're going to Jet Rendell currently in a podium position. Daniel Malcolm sits in 4th place, challenging for a podium. So McKinlay and also Faye have got major ground to make up before they come back into contention. So McKinlay up on the wheel. But at the moment, it's Lachlan Sharp who leads in kart number 27. Fletcher Shaw right in behind him. And then the battle but third between Rendell and also Daniel Malcolm. So a big moment for these young guys. They've been thrust up into the lead of this race. And they've got an amazing opportunity to grab a win or even a podium here. Here comes Shaw. Fletcher Shaw now your leader. Grabs Lachlan Sharp. As behind Rendell and Daniel Malcolm go at it. I tell you, Taylor McKinlay quickly catching up. But poor old Laura Faye, your pole starter, is a long way back in this one. So Fletcher Shaw is the leader. Followed by Lachlan Sharp. Malcolm just starting to challenge Rendell. Well, here he goes. Malcolm has a look. Nothing doing there. The more they scrap, it's going to bring McKinlay back into this race. Here comes Malcolm on the inside. Side by side, they've come together. Just a little touch. They both keep going. So it's a move made for Daniel Malcolm to put him in a podium position. So Malcolm and Rendell go at it. Meanwhile, Taylor McKinlay continues to chase them down. This has turned quite spicy in Kartworks. In the Kartworks KA4 Junior Heavy, supported by Remo Racing in the Iami X30 engine, your series sponsor. So Fletcher Shaw, he's skipped away a little bit now from Lachlan Sharp. Daniel Malcolm sits in 3rd. Jet Rendell has a quick look over. He sees Taylor McKinlay quickly catching. Laura Fay still pressing on too. Six laps remaining for Fletcher Shaw. We've just hit the halfway mark. Taylor McKinlay now puts a move on Jet Randell. So McKinlay up into fourth position after that horrible start. He says to Jet Randell, come on, let's go and get Daniel Malcolm. So it'll be interesting to see if Randell can hook onto the back here of McKinlay. Out front though, you find it hard to see McKinlay being able to catch Shaw and also Sharp. Both doing an excellent job grabbing the opportunity with both hands. So Fletcher Shaw doing everything he needs to do at the moment. Having made the pass on Lachlan Sharp. So Rendell hasn't been able to go with McKinlay. We know that McKinlay is very, very fast. So Daniel Malcolm will be next on the menu for McKinlay. Pulls out, job done. I think Daniel Malcolm made that pretty easy for him, so he knew he was coming. So McKinlay, Taylor McKinlay back into a podium position. But he's going to have a lot of work now in the next 4 laps to catch up to these other two. I don't think he's going to have enough time. He's got plenty of speed on board, but I just don't think he's going to have the time. And I tell you what, Fletcher Shaw is making every post a winner. He looks very good out there in the lead. Lachlan Sharp also doing an outstanding job in second. So McKinlay's pulled a little gap on Malcolm, who's now well clear of Jet Randell. Laura Fay rounds out your field. Got turned on its head at the opening corner. Finlay parked up down there at turn 1. But Fletcher Shaw, look at him go. Kart 46 looking to do the business here in the opening round of the 2022 DPE Kart Superstore Victorian Country Series. So McKinlay in third. He's quickly running out of laps. It's going to be 2 laps next past the stripe. He's pulled himself a nice margin here, Fletcher Shaw, but you start to roll out in these times and that's when you start to make mistakes. So he needs to keep his mind in the game. He's got to finish it off. He's got 2 more circulations before he's a round winner here at the Victorian Country Series. Lachlan Sharp's got to do the same. He sits in a very comfortable second position, but you can't afford to drop a wheel or fall off the track. You've got to keep it neat. So Shaw down the back chute now into Coca-Cola. Has not put a foot wrong. He's looked every bit the winner since he's got past Lachlan Sharp. Put on an outstanding performance. So he comes around to grab the last lap board. Fletcher Shaw's got 1 lap to go before he grabs a win here. KA4 Junior Heavy, brought to you by Kartworks, Remo Racing and the IAMI X30 engine. So Taylor McKinlay comfortably in third now. Daniel Malcolm in fourth. Jet Rendell and Laura Fay. So the checkered flags at the ready now as Fletcher Shaw comes around the infield for the last time today. I reckon we're going to see some excitement here. As he comes to the last corner and rounds it. Fletcher Shaw's your round 1 winner here at Cobden. No over exuberance. Second goes to Sharp. Third place goes to Taylor McKinlay. Daniel Malcolm home in fourth. Jet Rendell home in P5. And Laura Fay, your last finisher, in sixth position. That one brought to you by Cartworks, Remo Racing in the IARMI X30 engine.
Cadet 12 are on the grid now. Cadet 12 are on the grid now, to be followed by KA3 Junior.
KA3 Senior Medium on the track now for lifetime trophies in Warrnambool and also Melbourne Kart Centre. And as we've seen for many, many years in the VCS, Remo Luciani lays it out. The master says, come on to the challengers, come and see if you can beat me. There's been plenty try. Some have got a win here and there, but nothing matches the consistency of Luciani. So they roll round. Neitz has been close this weekend. Has he got a little bit more left in the back pocket? Chambers and Hendrickson. Hendrickson's actually been impressive, I reckon, this weekend. Fraser High, Jack Johnson. I can't see Luke Fong out there. I'll get my binoculars in a minute. So Luciani and Chambers, good start. So one to keep an eye on, as always, at the start there was Fong. So Fong's done a great start there, up into P5. So these guys have got to make sure they get on with it, otherwise Luciani's going to check out. Chambers sits in second. Neitz, Hendrickson, who's been good this weekend, Hendrickson. So pat on the back for Adam. Fong's next in the order. Fraser High. Braden Clark still trying to rebound from that opening race. We got Grace Dunmore in there behind. Jack Johnson. 17 is Bottomley, Clover, Termine and Trigg. Also there's a move. That was Braden Clark on Fong. So Clark starting to hustle his way through the field. Would have expected him to be one of the front runners if not for his incident in the opener. Looks like he's going to go for a move on, yes, Fraser High down into Coca-Cola. Goes in very deep, has to gather it up. So Braden Clark, cart number 18, putting on a bit of a show here as Neitz goes by Chambers. So Neitz says to Chambers, come on, we need to chase down Luciani. Luciani away. Oh, big move attempted there by Fraser High. Very crossed up into one. So now Neitz in second. Has he got the wheels here to drop off Chambers and start chasing Luciani? Made a little bit of a buffer, but he's going to take a bit more than that to catch the master. Hendrickson sits in fourth. Clark in fifth now. Clark making inroads now on Hendrickson. Fraser High behind. Dunmore, Fong, Johnson. Fong and Johnson have spent a lot of time together this weekend. Some good solid racing from those two. Cart 17 is Bottomley with Clover. Clover looks at the inside of Bottomley. Nothing happening there. And then Termine and Trigg. So whilst Chambers and Neitz continue their little battle, Luciani just edging away just that little bit more each lap. Hendrickson and Clark. Feel like Clark might be the ace in the pack here. But he's got to get by Hendrickson. Behind him, Fraser High had that moment down at turn one before. Grace Dunmore's driving well in this one too. Cart number 52. Behind Grace is a good battle once again between Fong and Johnson. So now there's margin for Neitz between him and Chambers. Clark and Hendrickson getting very, very close now. So Neitz has got to make some hay now. He's got the pressure released from Chambers. He's got to go after Luciani. Oh, big moment over at Coca-Cola between Hendrickson and Clark. Clark might rejoin, but he's going to be seriously out of position. Oh, tries to get back into it at the apex there. So bad news for Hendrickson. I think Hendrickson might be nursing a sore wing over there too by the look of it. Hopefully Adam's all right. He's driven really well this weekend. It's a shame to see it end like that. Gets right off the track back to the fence. So Luciani, Neitz might be just making little inroads. He certainly breached that gap between himself and Chambers. Clark now is back into fourth position. So Clark's going to have some work to do. Fraser High right behind him and Grace Dunmore. Jack Johnson's now got the better of Luke Fong. So probably the major battle at the moment here is between Fraser High and also Grace Dunmore. And they're still right up, tucked up behind Braden Clark, those two as well. Bottomley and also Clover having a great battle further down the order. But our frontist Luciani continues to lead. Doing as he does, just consistent laps. 5 of them left to do for Remo Luciani out of Horsham. Of course, formerly the Monaco Cartman. Going back a long way, but when I started in karting, he was selling at Tommy Karts. So that's telling it's a way back. So Luciani exits the last turn. 4 laps remain. Neat's not making enough ground to challenge. Braden Clark under fire from Grace Dunmore. So Dunmore's got past Fraser High now. This has been a very good drive from Grace. And even Jack Johnson, he's ranged up. It got past Fong. He's gone after Fraser High as well. So some good performances in this KA3 Senior Medium final. But Luciani, as he's done in the earlier 2 races, just controlling things from the best possible seat in the house in the front. Goes past once again, Luciani. Down through turn 1, past the canteen. Long radius corner, down into the double left for the railway. Easy to drop a wheel on the outside and overcook it. Back into the right-hander. Got to get back across to the right to slingshot yourself to the left. Down the back chute into Coca-Cola corner. 2 options, run it right wide, run it narrow into the right-hand hairpin. Get a good exit, critical, because it's a big braking opportunity if you got someone close down into the last turn. Get a good run onto the long straight. It's a lap with Luciani. 2 laps remain. The margin not changing much between the top 3. But behind Grace Dunmore continues to stalk the back of Braden Clark, looking for any opportunity to move into that top 4. Top 5, a great result, but hoping for more. Fraser High and Jack Johnson trailing behind. Fong the next in the order. Clover, and then Bottomley. And then a great battle also going on for the minors at the back between Trigg and also... Termine. So Trigg and Termine having a great battle there. Luciani has a bit of a look to see what's happening on the last lap. Looks to be very, very comfortable. I like the fact that Remo Luciani, he loves racing. He keeps turning up for these races. And he says to these young guys, come and get me. Well, they're not going to get him this weekend. Luciani, the master from Horsham, the Wimmera Kart Club man. He's going to close out a clean sweep here at Cobden. First lifetime trophies and the Melbourne Kart Centre. Luciani, your winner. Second goes to Neats. Third is Chambers. Braden Clark. Ella Dunmore. Grace Dunmore, sorry. Fraser High. Jack Johnson. Luke Fong. Clover. Bottomley. And then it looks like Trigg's going to win that battle over Termine. Another great race there in KA3 Senior Medium. Of course, brought to you by Lifetime Trophies and the Melbourne Kart Centre. So just a reminder, if you do need any merchandise or feeling a bit peckish, good spot to head over to the canteen, get it all done in one stop. Reminder that the FPOS is over there. So if you haven't got any cash on you, still get a hoodie or a hat, who knows? Could be raining by the time your next race rolls out. So if you are feeling a bit peckish, go and see the canteen ladies and get some food and drink. And also, if you do need some merch, the place to be. Of course, that's Scott McLaughlin inspired merchandise this season for the DPE Kart Superstore Victorian Country Series. So just a couple more reminders that the next round of the series is at the Warrnambool Car Club on the 7th and 8th of May. So yeah, down at Warrnambool Lake Galea. So should be another great meeting. And also a reminder, the Pro Karting Sportsmanship Award. If you've seen someone that's shown great sportsmanship to help you or help someone else this weekend, make sure you go and nominate them at the canteen. As I said earlier, I saw a nose cone picked up by another competitor. Didn't have to do it earlier, and so they'd get my vote, but I don't think I'm eligible to vote. So if you've seen something that you thought was really great sportsmanship, please go over and get this person sort of recognised, because there are many great acts of sportsmanship throughout the pit area, but it's nice to get people recognised for doing the right thing.
KA3 Junior on the grid now, please. KA3 Junior on the grid, to be followed by KA3 Senior Light.
So Cadet 12 are out on the track at the moment, but they will be recalled to the pit area due to an incident between a couple of our young competitors down here. So Cadet 12 will be recalled and we will get back to the racing as soon as we possibly can. So regridding Cadet 12 here for Karting Obsession and also Tony Kart Australian Barron Engine Developments. For anyone who's interested, I've just seen on Speed Cafe that Brody Kostecki has taken the pole position in the shootout at Sydney in the 99 Erebus Motorsport Commodore. So Van Gisbergen qualified 21st, I believe. So could be in for a big run from him this afternoon. So hopefully the driver is okay in this. There's Chelsea Stairs that looks to be out of this event. So we send our well wishes to Chelsea. I'll tell you what, here's the 11 car to Chelsea Stairs coming back to the grid. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Didn't look like she was going to be a starter here, but looks like we might have her back on the grid. Bit of peer pressure there. The stewards, I don't think, had cleared that, but we've got the nod now, so Chelsea's back in action. Good to see. So just a reminder, the merchandise available for another half an hour. So if you sneak over and see Jenny King and her team, get yourself some VCS merch. Always comes up a treat thanks to All Star Graphics and also the 365 Apparel Company. So we get set now for Cadet 12 for Karting Obsession and also Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments. So shout out to everyone watching at home on the live stream. Just getting the Cadet 12 sorted before we go racing again in their final. Massive shout out to Southwest Conveyancing and also PCJ Data and Electrical, supporters of our live stream, as they will be for all 6 rounds of the DPE Kart Superstore Victorian Country Series here in 2022. Hoping to get the full season in after a couple of COVID interrupted seasons. So a couple of tracks I'm sure many people will be happy to get back to, and I'll tell you what, the mouth must be watering for quite a few people to get up to the Wimmera Kart Club up in Horsham, because they're making some huge changes up there. So it's going to be a massively different experience to go up to Horsham. I'm sure everyone's looking forward to getting up there and sampling the new circuit, and well done to the Wimmera Kart Club on undertaking the project and also seeing it through. So Cadet 12 for Karting Obsession and also Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments. The 4-man this weekend, well, boy, has been Riley Harrison. He's going to start from pole position. The positions behind Riley have been quite heavily disputed. Austin McPherson's running right. Oh, there's been a bit of a hit there on the roll around. It just can't get any more dramatic, can it? So it looks like Corliss out of business on the roll around there in a strange occurrence. So heartbreak there for Corliss as the field rolls around. So they roll around now. Your front row will be Harrison and McPherson. An eventful start to Cadet 12, but we're ready to let them loose for 12 laps. Starts away, Harrison away beautifully, Purvis into second, McPherson. I'll tell you what, Creed jumped across to the left, right as Kachina was almost at an overlap, so it was nearly more drama at the start of Cadet 12. But Harrison leads. Good run through down onto the short chute into Coca-Cola. Purvis trying to hang on to the back of the 24. Trying to make a race of it for us. McPherson sits in third. Creed, Kachina. Bottomley is the next car through. 21 will be Levi Ross. Just ahead of the 33 of Levi Jones. Just trying to catch the last two carts. I think it was Caden Humphrey and also Chelsea Stairs. So, but out front, Riley Harrison just edging. Oh, we've got one spun, turned around, straightened up pretty quickly, but it's going to cost big time. Major time there for Creed. So Will Creed, unfortunately, just got checked up a little bit there, and it's cost him big positions. So Harrison has done everything right today. But Purvis, this is a great performance from him. Third place, McPherson in the 82. Dom Kachina, birthday boy tomorrow. Just ahead of the Bottomley cart, 81. Tucked in behind Bottomley is the 21 of Levi Ross. Going very deep in there behind was, I think that was the 33 of Levi Jones. So it was, and then Caden Humphrey, Chelsea Stairs. And now Will Creed rounds out your field. So Harrison just starting to turn the screws on this field. Got a margin now. Over Purvis. McPherson's been really solid all weekend in third. But the margin isn't what we've seen between Harrison and the rest of the field. Haven't seen the margin extend out to what it has in the other races. So Purvis is having a red hot crack here in Cadet 12. Bottomley heads that next pack. Got past Kachina. Although here comes Kachina on the inside. Makes that move stick at the last corner. So a good battle, and then further back, the battle between Ross. Humphrey looks at the inside there of Jones. Couldn't get it done there. Creed starting to make his way back, and Chelsea Stairs Lucky to be back in this one after that roll-around incident, but great to see her back out there. So Harrison maybe just extended a little bit that last lap, but nothing like what we've seen in the other races. McPherson sits in third. Kachina, Bottomley, Ross, Jones, Humphrey, Creed, and Stairs your field at the moment. So we've got 7 laps remaining. We're 5 down. Good battle there going between Kachina and Bottomley still. That cluster of carts duking it out very, very seriously. So Kachina maybe pulled a couple of cart lengths, but the next 4 very tight with Creed willing to get back involved again. So they're battling for 5th, 6th and 7th. And they're not far off Kachina, who sits in 4th. So Harrison goes by once again. Purvis driving a great race here. Sits in 2nd position. McPherson has been rock solid. Oh, Kachina goes very narrow in there. I thought he was closer. Had carts closer behind him than what he actually did. But out front, it's Riley Harrison doing everything he needs to do here. Cart number 24 out of the Oakley Kart Club. Purvis sits in 2nd. McPherson. The pack's been broken a little bit wide open, more wide open now behind. So now the battle's between Caden Humphrey and also Levi Ross. Humphrey goes to the inside. So nice move there from Caden Humphrey. Will Creed tries to buy into this one. So Creed circling at the back of Ross. So the positions are just outside the podium. They're battling for 7th position, those two. So the lap's starting to wind down. 4 laps this time past for our Cadet 12 competitors. And Riley Harrison, as he's done all weekend, leading Cadet 12 and comfortably. Got to keep his mind on the job though. It's easy to lose your concentration and throw it all away. But Harrison, he has looked and it nothing but the winner all day today. It's just driven beautifully. Cart hasn't looked untidy or anything at any point I've seen it. So beautiful control, measured drive. Purvis has been really good in this final, as has McPherson. But the battles continue to rage from the 4th position back as Bottomley continues to chase Kadena. So Kachina comes past. Bottomley still giving chase. Caden Humphrey, bit of a missile there. He's on a charge. The 2 Paralympians of Ross and also Creed just behind them. The lonely run for Levi Jones and also Chelsea Stairs. So starting to spread out a bit, mainly through the field, although Creed and also Ross are having an absolute ding-dong battle. So most positions fairly well sorted, but these two still going at it. Look at them as they come down the main straight. Creed sizing up. Ross goes deep. Creed has a look at the inside, nothing doing there. He's glued to the back. Gets the nose up the inside. Maybe not going to happen there. So Creed Really looking for an opportunity on Ross. Good driving from this pair. Ross just gets a little bit of an edge through the infield section over the back. Meanwhile, Levi Jones is starting to drive up to the back of these two. But out front, it's still Harrison doing the business. Second place belongs to Purvis. Third to McPherson. Kachina's clear in fourth. Bottomley. Sorry, not McPherson, it's Caden Humphrey. Next one through is Ross. Creed. Creed, not quite getting so close. A little bit of sideways action there from Creed down at Canteen Corner. Levi Jones just getting closer and closer to the back of these two. So it's come up quick, but this is going to be the checkered flag for Riley Harrison. A very polished performance from this youngster today. Second's going to go to Purvis, another great drive. And the last spot on the podium to Austin McPherson. After a battle royale, it's going to be Lewis Kachina, Bottomley, Humphrey, Ross, Creed, Jones and Stairs rounding out your field for Karting Obsession, Tony Kart Australia and Barron Engine Developments.
Hi, I'm Cam Waters. If you're looking at buying or selling anywhere in Victoria, make sure you speak to the team at Southwest Conveyancing, Warrnambool. Now let's go.
Just a reminder, Kyle Pettenhofer, 51 in tag 125 heavy. You've got a set of tyres to pick up. Otherwise, we're going to auction them. Just joking, we're not, but you need to go and pick them up.
KA3 Senior Light on the grid now, please. KA3 Senior Light on the grid now, please. To be followed by Victorian Combined Masters.
KA3 Junior out on the track now for Cobden BP Roadhouse, and also our series sponsor Southwest Conveyancing. So Leo Ianella, after not qualifying on the pole, has been dominant. So what's he got this time? Hunter Salvatore goes up onto the front row alongside him once again. Patching to start on the second row there, along with Jacob Chandler, who was impressive in that last one. Tice Hodge was on the pole. He starts on position number 5. Alongside Hodge will be cart number 9 of Dominic Kachina. So in the starters' hands now. So they're away. Oh, it's got a spin. I think they're going to all keep going, but jeepers. Was a quick start.
That was still in the rail. Yeah.
So Ianella is your leader. Salvatore behind. Cops a little bit of curb on the first left of the railway. Patching in third. Chandler sits in fourth. Tice Hodge behind. Now sporting the blue colour. Nothing like Cadell Ambrose anymore. So Kachina, 74 is Amos Orr. Orr gets passed there by Holiday. So Holiday trying to do a recovery job here. Taylor McKinlay sits behind there with Murray. Alexa Poulos there rounds out your field. Lachlan Cutting in that mix too. So Ianella has skipped away here. Salvatore and Patching. Chandler, Hodge. Cutting is the next cart through. Ben Holiday finds himself behind Amos, and then Amos Orr. Taylor McKinlay. Murray. So good battle there between McKinlay and Murray. The Cutting cart just behind. So that's Lachlan Cutting just in behind Murray as Murray goes now to the inside. Makes that move stick on McKinlay. Alexa Poulos rounding out your field. But Ianella just got a nice little margin early on. Salvatore sits in second. Patching in third. Chandler sits in fourth. Tice Hodge or Holiday now makes the move. So Holiday makes that move stick on Kachina. But out front, no one's challenging Ianella at the moment. KA3 Junior brought to you by the Cobden BP Roadhouse and also Southwest Conveyancing. Ianella past the stripe one more time. Here comes Chandler having a look at the back of the Patching cart. Oh, Alexa Poulos is out of business, pulls into the pits now. So cart 7 is out of this one. So still the battle rages for second, third and fourth. As Hunter Salvatore sits in second. Just ahead of Patching and also Chandler. Tice Hodge next one through. Holiday trying to make a recovery. Kachina or Amos Orr there makes the move on Jay Murray. Cutting just behind and rounding out the field now is Taylor McKinlay. So Ian Ella, comfortable margin. The battle rages though for the other positions on the podium. 6 laps remain, so we're at the halfway mark of this final for Cobden BP Roadhouse and also Southwest Conveyancing. So a shout out to everyone watching at home on the live stream. Thanks to our class sponsor here, Southwest Conveyancing, and also PCJ Data and Electrical. Proud supporters of our live stream for the first time at VCS competition. And it's Ian Ella who is having it all his own way in KA3 Junior. Salvatore's gapped the cart now of Patching, who's under huge heat from the South Australian Chandler. Chandler pulls up the inside, and that looks like job done for Jacob Chandler. Tice Hodge just behind those two, and Ben Holiday buying himself into a podium contention. So a tough way to start the day for Holiday, but he's all of a sudden right back in contention here for a spot on the podium. So still a few laps to go to sort this out. But out front, Ian Ella doing everything right. Salvatore sits second. Chandler got a little bit of margin that time by Patching, Hodge and Holiday next through. Kachina having a bit of a lonely run now. Murray cutting. It's Amos Orr and then Taylor McKinlay next in the queue. So the lap's ticking down for Leo Ianella. Done an outstanding job today. After Tice Hodge grabbed the pole, Hodge now has been passed by Holiday. So Holiday continues to make up positions here in this final. So there's going to be 2 more laps to go for Ianella when he comes back past the starter's box this time. Down through Coca-Cola he goes. So now we've got Holiday making a move for the final spot on the podium now. So this has been some sort of performance from Ben Holiday. So Holiday up to third. But Ianella, he has done the business today. He's going to come around this time and see the last lap board. And he's just edging further and further away into the distance. The Cobden BP Roadhouse. He could nearly make a stop there and still get home. And also Southwest Conveyancing. So the last lap board out now. So Ianella down through the horseshoe, down on the back chute for the last time today. Down through Coca-Cola. This has been something of a performance. from the number 6. Salvatore in second, and Holiday looks to grab a spot on the podium. But it's Ianelli a winner. Leo Ianella. Second place goes to Salvatore. Holiday home in third. Patching Hodge, Chandler, Kachina Murray, Orr, Cutting, and Taylor McKinlay rounds out your field for the Cobden BP Roadhouse and Southwest Conveyancing.
Could we have Victorian Combined Masters on the grid now, please? Victorian Combined Masters on the grid now, please, to be followed by Cadet 9.
So look for these two to get serious in this one. Telescovy's been good too, as has Elliston. With a pack of very, very hungry, freshly graduated junior drivers. Look for this to become an absolute cracker. So Herbertson and McPherson to start on the front row. I think you'll find it'll be all gloves off in this one between the front two. Good field of the KA3 Senior Light. Set to go for 12 laps here at Cobden. Oh, now we're trying to slow them right down. This is foul plug town. Going very, very, very slow. Going to release them into the tracks. We're away. That's a good start after that really slow roll around. All still going. It's Herbertson who leads. McPherson on into second. Elliston had a big dive down on the inside at turn 1. Couldn't get it done. Telescovy is next in the queue. Behind the top 3 is in 4th. San Lucia with that bright green helmet sits in P5. Angus Hall just behind us. San Lucia now down the inside of Telescovy. So Hall tries to follow through. Sacco just behind him, and then Ava Adignostiades. With Riley George hot on her hammer. Brooklyn Parker's in there as well. Ethan Bray. 13 is the Jet Buckley cart. Behind Buckley is Scott McEachran. Jason Douglas next in the order. Catch the rest of them as they come back by. Jordan Malcolm, Brock Fewens. The 11 is the Lacus cart. And Bassett rounds out the field. So Herbertson leads the top 6, line of stern. And then I tell you, we've got an awesome battle just a bit further back. So it looks like Buckley on Riley George down the back chute. Also Douglas up beside McEachran. So there's plenty going on for the Miners in this one. This is probably as condensed as we've had this field all weekend. Oh, now Santa Lucia down the inside of Elliston. So Jake's starting to make the moves. Elliston back on the inside. Opens the door for Telescovy. Angus Hall sits just behind. Of course, the junior national light gun, Angus Hall. Oh, Elliston runs a bit wide. Santa Lucia goes around the outside. Oh, Telescovy gets a better run than Hall down the back chute as well. This is on, ladies and gentlemen. What a cracking race here in KA3 Senior Light. Still it's Herbertson and McPherson. So those two are going to roll together. There's 8 laps remaining. You'd feel that they're going to probably roll together for the next 6 laps. And then the gloves will be off and they're ready to fight. So Santa Lucia sits in 3rd. Elliston just behind. Telescovy, Hall, Adignostiades, Sacco, Brooklyn Parker, Ethan Bray. Looks like Buckley up the inside of George now. Douglas in behind him, McEachran. You just don't know where to look at the moment with this. There's little spot fires everywhere, and we love it. So still Herbertson leads McPherson, but you can sort of say that everything else is in dispute here. Big group of carts. Ava Adignostiades up the inside now of Santa Lucia, who's been shuffled back. Brooklyn Parker tries a move. There's another cluster of carts further back. Going at it. Here comes Telescovy on Elliston for 3rd. Goes down the inside. Elliston crisscrosses. Hall buys in. Adignostiades is just starting to work her way into this race. Behind that, Santa Lucia, Sacco, Brooklyn Parker, all a bit loose there for Parker. Ethan Bray goes around the outside of the horseshoe there, and that's for position. Those two dropped a little bit further back now. Riley George heads the next pack. Just over Buckley, Douglas, McEachran, and also Jordan Malcolm. Lacus, Fewens and Bassett round your field. This is an absolute corker. 6 laps remain in KA3 Senior Light. Oh, Elliston now up the inside of Telescovy. Allows Hall through. Adignostiades doesn't need an invitation. Oh, has to roll out of that one. So a great battle from 3rd back to about 8th. 9th even. Some really cracking racing here in KA3 Senior Light. Meanwhile at the front, Side by side, Telescovy and Santa Lucia. Here comes McPherson. McPherson goes to the lead. Hall now into third. 3 wide into the canteen. The lane gets surfed in there in that sort of order. So Ava's been shuffled back. So we've got cluster of 2, 2, 3 and 3. And then a 5-cart cluster behind. What a performance that KA3 Senior Lights are putting on for Roberts Builders and MJ Pressure Works. We're trying to sort out the front two. 4 laps remain. It's going to get serious between these two at some point. They're mates. But they'll mean nothing to each other as they fight for the win. So Hall and Elliston. Elliston on the inside at Canteen goes past Hall. Crisscross not happening. Santa Lucia is next in the order. Then it's Telescovy ahead of Sacco. Anagnostiades, Bray and Parker. Parker hanging on to the back there. Next through it's Buckley ahead of Riley George, Jason Douglas, Jordan Malcolm, Scott McEachran, Lacus, Bassett and Fewens. So pack them in, here we go. Couple of laps to go. Herbertson versus McPherson for KA3 Senior Light. I tell you what, 2 laps next time past. If you wanted action, you're getting everything you paid for here. For Roberts Builders and MJ Pressure Works, 2 laps remain in this one. McPherson and Herbertson. McPherson's got a little bit of margin now, as has Elliston over Hall. Santa Lucia's next in the queue. Telescovy, Anagnostiades, Sacco. Ethan Bray is next there. Parker dropped off a little bit. Riley George now gets up the inside and passes Buckley. So the last lap board's about to come out. What's Herbertson got? Has he got anything to peg back McPherson? And can Hall get on the back here of Elliston? 1 lap to go. Just under a kilometre to sort out the KA3 Senior Light Final. And Herbertson right on the back bumper of McPherson. What can he do about him? Very, very close. McPherson's got a cover, which gives opportunity to Herbertson. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, out of the horseshoe, down the back chute. There's a couple more opportunities. McPherson looks over his shoulder. Herbertson trying his best to get up onto the back of him. You think McPherson from there's done enough? And he has. So McPherson comes out of the last corner. He takes the win from Herbertson. 3rd place goes to Elliston. Angus Hall's the next one through. Santa Lucia, Telescovy, Sacco, Bray and Agnostiades, Parker George, Buckley Douglas, Malcolm McEachran, Lacus, Fewens and Bassett rounds out your field. What an absolute cracker that was for Roberts Builders and also MJ Pressure Works.
Cadet 9 are on the grid now. Cadet 9 onto the grid, please, to be followed by KA4 Junior Light.
So Vic Combined Masters out on track now for the Cobden BP Roadhouse. And also KFC and PCJ Data and Electrical. Bit of drama there at the start with your pole man, Phil Smith. Late to come out of the pits with a starting issue. So Smith will resume his position at the start of the, or the head of the queue. But he'll be calm. I don't think there'll be too much bothering Phil Smith just yet. Give him another 10 laps, he might be stressed, but at the moment, he's probably just cool, calm and collected. So Smith and Mitchell to resume hostilities. Gigas and Pethbridge ready to snavel anything they can get on the second row. Heath Gelbart, I reckon, is a wild card in this. Matthew Crane will start beside him. Daniel Reithus and Andrew Stubbs. The missile John Page alongside Neil McCauley. Zeke Sloan and Ash Price next along. Then you've got Hocking, and I think it's Taylor. Wilson and Ayalola go lightly. And Hyatt, I think it is, on the rear of the field there. Starts away, Gigas on the inside, Smith. Well, Smith runs a little bit wide, but it's not going to hurt him. Gelbart was on the outside of Smith. Oh, we've had a big accident on the back straight there with Gelbart and Pethbridge. Bridge. So that was a big accident. Just two drivers not wanting to give a millimetre. And in the end, it's cost them. So Pethbridge is not looking too healthy over there either. So we've gone full course yellow in this one as they attend to Anthony Pethbridge, who doesn't look in a great shape over there. So we hope Anthony's all right. That was quite a nasty incident, which could have been really, really bad with the other drivers coming on board. So full course yellow here in the Vic Combined Masters for the Cobden BP Roadhouse, and also KFC, PCJ Data and Electrical. So quite a dramatic start to the final. So we do wish Anthony Pethbridge all the best, as he's had a very hard landing after he rode over the top of the Gelbart number 14. Down into the railway on the first lap. So no real surprise. He's got a bit of a sore back, but we can report that he's okay. So I think we'll go racing again here in a sec. Unlucky there for Pethbridge. A little bit of a free kick there for Gelbart as he returns to the back of the field. So they're going to line up in a single file. So the yellow lights remaining on as the official brings Anthony back across the track. So So getting ready to go green again here in the Vic Combined Masters. The Cobden BP Roadhouse and also KSC and PCJ Data and Electrical. So Smith to lead him away. We're all green again. So Daniel Reethus now gets up the inside of Gelbart as 3 wide. I've got a feeling of deja vu down here. But no, they've all been a bit smarter about it. So Gelbart into third. Reethus sits in fourth. Gigas, Gigas is off the track. So Gigas has gone from second on the restart to right down to the rear of the field after just one lap. So Mitchell into second, Gelbart third. So Macaulay has moved up as well into fifth position. So Smith leads Mitchell. There's a bit going on in the background of this one. So several karts have made their way through the order and passed under yellow. So when we're under our stoppage. So these results will all be provisional. But Phil Smith continues to lead. So still Smith leads from Mitchell, Gelbart, Macaulay. Daniel Reethus is next through, Matthew Crane. So Phil Smith, Mitchell, Gelbart, one of the karts in question here in the final of Combined Masters. Macaulay sits in behind him. Daniel Reethus under fire from Matt Crane. Noel Hocking the next one through. Followed by Stubbs, Taylor, Zeke Sloan. John Page is the next one through the missile. Ash Price in that very bright suit. So still Smith leads from Mitchell. Gelbart and Macaulay. Crane now makes the move up. Past Daniel Reethus. So Crane sits in position number 5. Ahead of Reethus. Noel Hocking. Andrew Stubbs, Ron Taylor, Zeke Sloan, John Page and Ash Price. Gigas trying to work his way back through. Oilola's the next car through. Wilson, Go Lightly, and Andrew Hyatt. So the front runners sticking a lot closer than we've seen previously. Hanging on to the back. It's been a drama-filled race and there's 4 laps remaining. So a third of the race still to go. So Mitchell continues to chase Phil Smith. He couldn't be any keener. So Crane leads the next pack with Daniel Reethus. Noel Hocking and Stubbs. Taylor just in behind. So what's Mitchell got? Can he dig deeper and find something? The battle raging for third as well. Not to be underestimated is the Macaulay Gelbart battle. Crane is clear now of Rethus. Hocking sits there behind. Stubbs and Taylor close together now. Oh, Macaulay swings out. Goes by Gelbart. Oh, Hocking gets by Rethus as well. So Rethus ran a bit wide. Stubbs starts to buy into the equation. Not going to be able to get it done there. So a really strong battle behind Crane for sixth. So you've got Hocking, Rethus, Stubbs and Taylor. Gigas now goes down the inside of the missile. Johnny Page, Ash Price and Zeke Sloan. Two laps remain for Smith, and Mitchell starting to zero in on the back of the number 4 cart. So it's going to be the last lap brought out. Mitchell's got 1.5 laps to make it happen here. You feel like he's just getting a little bit closer. Could he set himself up for a tilt at the win here? Mitchell chasing Smith. Macaulay in third. Gelbart, Crane. Hocking, Rethus, Stubbs, Taylor. Gigas, Missile. And then Price and Sloan. So Phil Smith, he's turned up the wick a little bit now. He's probably taken a little bit of the wind out of Ash Mitchell's sails by just putting together a really good first half of the lap. So down the back chute they come for the final time. Phil Smith, as we've seen him do so many times in the last couple of seasons, looks like he could be on for a clean sweep here in the Masters. Smith, Mitchell, Macaulay, Gelbart. So Smith wins, Mitchell second, Macaulay, Gelbart, Crane, Hocking, Rethus, Stubbs, Taylor, Gigas. Then you've got John Page, Price, Sloan, Oilola, Golightly, Wilson and Hyatt rounding out the field there for Cobden BP Roadhouse and also KSC and PCJ Data and Electrical.
Attention in the pits. The class that just came in, restricted masters. You guys will be required to attend in about 20 minutes. Around at the steward's room, please. The whole field.
Cadet 9 out on track now for Cobden Tools and Trailers and our series sponsors Central Vic Carts and Parts and also the Bendigo Bank.
KA4 Junior Light on the grid now, please. KA4 Junior Light on the grid now, please, to be followed by Tag Light and Heavy.
So Cruz Kelly will start on the pole position in this one. Alongside him will be Archie Bristow. And didn't they have a cracking race in the second heat? So expect more fireworks between those two. Xavier Mifsud and Curtis Polkinghorne. I'll tell you who really did impress me in that last one was Alana Gurney, who just turned on an absolute rocket of a race. So watch for Gurney in this one. Be overall points, so the order will be a little bit mixed up. So seen some great racing, even at the tail of the field between the Karamoskas brothers and also Jed O'Leary. A good experience for these youngsters as they begin their karting journey. So Cadet 9 for 7 to 9 year olds out on track now. The Cobden Tools and Trailers. And also Central Vic Carts and Parts and the Bendigo Bank. Nice steady roll around. And Bo Chambers has done a good job too. He's going to start on the outside of the third row. There'll be some nervous energy as we come down into turn number 1. Starter's hands, beautifully formed. Oh, Xavier Mifsud's going to go down the middle of the front row and spins. They all get by. It was an opportunistic move that didn't work out. And now he's got some major work to get back into position now. So Cruz Kelly leads again. We saw Bristow really challenge him, but we never saw this amount of margin in that last one. So what will happen from here? Polkinghorne sits in third. Improving regularly is Curtis Polkinghorne. And Lana Gurney was very impressive in the last one as well. Bo Chambers, just a young fella. Oliver Armitt has also been strong. And Kalamoskas and O'Leary, that Kalamoskas brothers, having some great dueling with O'Leary. Cruz Kelly now under pressure from Bristow. Polkinghorne battling with Gurney. Chambers doing a great job. This is his best race of the day, young Bo Chambers. Currently sitting in 5th position. Oliver Armitt behind in 6th. So the battle heating up now as Bristow drives right up to the back of Cruz Kelly. Polkinghorne still holding off Gurney. Another great battle. So Mason ahead of Hunter Karamoskas. At the moment, they're both chasing Jed O'Leary. But out in front, Cruz Kelly, as he's done all weekend, continues to lead. But I tell you what, that last race, he got really challenged by Archie Bristow. And Bristow looks on again to challenge for the win here in the Cadet 9s. Brought to you by Cobden Tools and Trailers. And also Central Vic Carts and Parts and the Bendigo Bank. Bristow, will he try a little bit of Morse code on the back bumper there of Cruz Kelly? Or Gurney to the inside of Polkinghorne. Side by side, they come out of turn one into the canteen corner. But it looks like Polkinghorne's got the run. But Gurney gets a little bit of overlap, not quite enough. So Gurney has to concede there. So two really good battles, one for the lead and one for the final spot on the podium here. Beau Chambers just sort of on his own there at the moment, but I tell you, Oliver Armitt is coming on strong as well after being parked up in the grass in that last race. Xavier Mifsud unfortunately went around on that first corner. Got plenty of work to do there. So now Kelly and Bristow, they're starting to get into it. They got 7 laps to go, so we're not quite halfway yet. And the boys are getting into it. So now a little bit of margin for Kelly, but every time he gets that little bit of margin, Bristow's good enough to come back at him. Oh, the battle in here. Gurney on the outside into the last turn with Polkinghorne. They're going to go side by side down there. Look for a crisscross on the exit from Gurney, and we get it. So they're going side by side up the straight. Gurney crosses over to the other side. Great racing for third position. Meanwhile, out in front, Bristow right on Cruz Kelly's hammer once again. So Kelly continues to lead from Bristow. Polkinghorne and Gurney. Here comes Gurney again, looks at the inside. Nothing doing there. Chambers is clear there in 5th. 6th is Armitt. Then Mifsud. O'Leary still leading the P-plate race there. 38 is Mason leading Hunter. As they round out the field, the leaders come round. Bristow just stalking the back of Cruz Kelly. Polkinghorne under intense pressure from Alana Gurney. Oh, here comes Bristow. Bristow's on the inside. They go side by side, exiting one into the canteen corner. Crossover. Not enough overlap for Bristow to make anything of it. So he's showed his hand now, Bristow. He knows now. Oh, when O'Leary spun on the exit of the horseshoe over there. So it looks like young Jed O'Leary out of business in the 65. So the leaders come down now. They've got 3 laps to go. Cruz, Kelly and Bristow. Kelly goes defensive. Bristow has a look. We saw the same thing last time where Bristow went quite narrow on the straight early in the race. But this battle for this final podium spot by no means has been concluded either, as Alana Gurney continues to chase Curtis Polkinghorne. Oh, it's getting very, very close to a climax here with Bristow and also Cruz Kelly. Bristow got a really good run out of there. Right up on the back of Kelly. 2 laps remain here in the Cadet 9 final for Cobden Tools and Trailers, and also Central Vic Carts and Parts and the Bendigo Bank. So Polkinghorn continues to hold on to that final spot on the podium as he and Alana Gurney go toe-to-toe for a trophy. So when Cruz Kelly crosses the line this time, it's going to be the final lap. He's got Archie Bristow right on his hammer. One lap remains in Cadet 9 as the Karamoskas brothers go by. It's a move up the inside by Hunter on Mason. Kelly, are they going to catch these back markers? Oh, Kelly continues to lead, but Bristow's right in his back pocket. Down they come into the Coca-Cola corner. They've got the right-hander on the infield to still go in the last corner. Kelly comes up. He gets a good run past the Karamoskas cart. Bristow's going to try something. Look for a crisscross on the exit and a drag to the finish line. It's going to be a drag race, all right, but it's Cruz Kelly that wins it. Second place in a great drive was Archie Bristow. As they come down to the last, this is the battle for the final spot on the podium. Polkinghorn and Gurney, both driven very well too, but it's Polkinghorn who finishes third from Gurney. Mifsud next, Bo Chambers, Oliver Armott. And then the Karamoskas brothers round out your field in this one for Cobden Tools and Trailers, and also Central Vic Carts and the Bendigo Bank.
Could we have the entire field of Victorian Combined Masters down at the stewards' rooms, please, right now? The entire field of Victorian Combined Masters at the stewards' rooms right now, please. Could we have tag light and heavy to the grid now, please? Tag light and heavy on the grid now, please, to be followed by tag restricted medium and heavy.
KA4 Junior Light on track now for Karting Obsession and also All-Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company. James Anagnostiades has been the pace setter in this class. He'll start alongside Darcy Heine on the front row. James Snaith and also Nate Young prominent in this class, as was Aston Hill. Several drivers have taken their turn near the front of this one. So Aston Hill's going to start off P3 alongside James Snaith. Acacia McEachran has also been prominent. So 12 laps on the board. Matt Basso will be one to watch out for. Has not been his day so far, but do not rule this kid out. So watch for Basso in the 18 to make a recovery here. Haven't had a chance to look too much at what the tyres are doing here, but Basso should have fresh tyres, so watch out for Basso. Anagnostiades and Heine to bring them to the line. We're away. Aston Hill's got a good run too. Oh, we've got a spinner, a couple of spinners. Snaith goes straight through. Nate Young. It's Young that's rocking, trying to get the cut going, but I don't think it's going to happen. So heartbreak there for the 82 of Nate Young. Anagnostiades is away. Aston Hill sits in second. Acacia McEachran's next through. Then it's Chelsea Humphrey and Matt Basso. So Basso now gets past Chelsea Humphrey. Big move on McEachran. So here comes Matt Basso. Puts himself into a podium position on just the second lap of this KA4 Junior Light final. So next on the Basso menu is going to be Aston Hill. So Basso's good drive out of the corner. Looks like he's grabbed Aston Hill, who has to concede. Oh, got one off there, which is Jaden Della. Lucky to keep that car going. Anagnostiades, though, has checked out. Basso's into second. Aston Hill's in third. Some big moves happening now. So Heine back into fourth position. James Snaith also making his way back through this field. A little bit of a punt there from Heine, just letting know Aston Hill know that he was there. Here comes Snaith on the inside of Chelsea Humphrey. So Basso gives chase. Heine, here comes Snaith now on Aston Hill. So James Snaith's got big pace here in the number 11 cart. Chelsea Humphrey defending there from Acacia McEachran. Good battle with Spiteri and also Stairs a little bit further back as Stairs now makes a move into the railway corner on the inside. Della rounds out your field. But it's Anagnostiades who is comfortable out in the lead. Matt Basso sits in second. Darcy Heine, James Snaith. Here comes Chelsea Humphrey on Aston Hill. Acacia McEachran trying to get involved. So both the girls grab Aston Hill there. So 2 positions there for Chelsea and Acacia grabbing the move there. So Basso continues to press in second position. And Agnostiades, though, he is gone. Third, Darcy Heine. But James Snaith is coming. So Snaith looks to be sitting in a rocket ship at the minute. The number 11 cart looks good. As he chases down Heine. Chelsea Humphrey and Acacia McEachran, they've got clear of Aston Hill now. Says Riley Stairs has got clear as well. Della, and then rounding out the field now is Spiteri. So Snaith right up on the back now of Darcy Heine. Here goes Snaith into turn 1. Makes it stick. Good move. Heine wants a bit. Oh. Little bit of front to rear contact there, and Heine's back in front. But out front, it's still Agnostiades. Comfortably in the lead from Matt Basso. Snaith's going to have to regroup and have another crack at Heine now. The 2 lady racers, Chelsea Humphrey and also Acacia McEachran, both doing a stellar job in this one. So 4 laps remain now for James Agnostiades in KA4 Junior Light for Karting Obsession, All-Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company. So Agnostiades, comfortable Basso. Heine has come under fire from Snaith, but seems to have got going again. Chelsea Humphrey and Acacia McEachran having a really good race there. Aston Hill's next through. Stairs, Della, and Spiteri rounds out your field. So it's starting to get really, really heated, the battle here between Chelsea Humphrey and also Acacia McEachran. Battle for 5th there. Meanwhile, Heine still under pressure from the James Snaith cart. Snaith's cart looked very, very good. He made a move. Here we go again. So Snaith on the inside. And the same thing again. So back to it. And Agnostiades continues to lead. 2 more circulations to go. Basso sits in second. Heine's in third. Snaith will have to regroup and go again. Chelsea Humphrey continues to lead McEachran. Hill. Stairs now in a good battle with Della. So the battle for third is the first of our big ones to settle at the moment. The 2 girls, Chelsea and Acacia, also having an absolute ripper. The last lap board for Anagnostiades. Basso comes round. He's on his last lap as well. Watch for Snaith and Heine here. Here comes Snaith. Doesn't quite get close enough. Oh, now Acacia's grabbed Chelsea. So change in position there. So Anagnostiades down into the final corner. Takes a comfortable win here in KF4 Junior Light. The class of the field today, James Anagnostiades, your winner. Second is going to go to Matt Basso. Third goes to Heine. Fourth is Snaith. Chelsea Humphrey back in front of Acacia McEachran. Great battle from the girls there. Next cart through is Aston Hill. Della, Stairs, and Spiteri. That one for Karting Obsession and also our series sponsor, All Star Graphics and the 365 Apparel Company.
Could we have tag 125 restricted, medium and heavy on the grid now, please? Tag 125 restricted, medium and heavy on the grid now, please, to be followed by the last event, X30.
First race, first of our double headers here. The final of tag 125 light and heavy. Light brought to you by Brandt in Terang. The Cobden BP Roadhouse bringing you heavy. And our series sponsor, Chambers Portable Line Boring and Pro Karting. I have got our winner of the Pro Karting Sportsmanship Award. On the phone here, but I'll read that after this race.
Victorian Combined Masters, Cart 14, Heath Jalbert. To the steward's rooms, please. Victorian Combined Masters, cart number 14, Heath Jalbert. To the steward's rooms, please.
No. Alongside him is Daniel Pegg. So the lights are away, phase away well. McKean, here comes Sortino. Sortino goes for the lead and spins into the front of the field. He clipped the back of Max Fay, but Fay was unaffected, luckily. Heavies are away too. Well, there's one going extremely straight ahead there. I think it could be Alex Baker. Just taking on some mowing there, but he's going to come out in front of the field and balk the field. So Baker now tries to slot back in. Meanwhile, out front, Max Fay is away. Got a little bit of a hit, so hopefully no damage on the 71 of Max Fay. Meanwhile, Westerveld leads King. Oh, big punt. Oh, how did they avoid that? Ray Dumsney. Think that was a Hail Mary that he put his hands up for there. The other cart comes back on to rejoin. I think that was the 96 cart of Matthew Safoso, who was also severely disadvantaged there. But Max Fay showing a clean pair of heels. Jono McKean in second position. Here comes Daniel Pegg up the inside of Dave Menzel. Meanwhile, Westerveld, King. Behind them is Nick Schmidt. Aidan Solomon on a comeback run here in fourth position. But Max Fay definitely comfortable at the front of Tag Light. McKean could come under fire here from Malkin. The 17 card is Mitch Arrow, so Mitch Arrow also doing a pretty solid job. Daniel Pegg, Dave Menzel, two Dunmores. So Ella Dunmore, and then it's 50 Greg Dunmore. So King trying to get up on the back in the heavies, trying to escalate up to the back of Billy Westerveld. Behind Nick Schmidt, Solomon is clear at the moment. Here comes Malkin. So Steve Malkin now in the lights, trying to get to Jono McKean. Mitch Arrow, Daniel Pegg, and now Dave Menzel goes for an inside move on Pegg. So Scott King continues to sit in second behind Billy Westerveld. Nick Schmidt hanging on to them very, very nicely in this one. Solomon sits in fourth position. Max Fay has been the class of this Tag Light field and continues to do so. Jono McKean's in second. Ahead of Malkin and Mitch Arrow. All relatively spread out now in this one. So Max Fay, down he goes down the short straight, back into the last corner. 6 laps remaining, so the halfway mark of the...
Could we have Heath Gelbert? Heath Gelbert, number 14, Victorian Combined Masters to the stewards' rooms now, please. Heath Gelbert, number 14, Victorian Combined Masters to the stewards' rooms now, please.
Both grab Menzel, so good teamwork there from the Canadian Rooster team. So the heavy still line astern. Menzel tries a move, gets a bit loose, not happening there. Oh, Dunmore. There's a problem with the 51 cart. Got going again now. But Menzel's still behind, so the 44 of Sortino was able to capitalise there. So your leader in your light class, Max Fay, down onto the main straight. Got 4 laps to go. McKean runs second, ahead of Malkin and Arrow. Daniel Pegg, the next one through. It's an impressive helmet Daniel Finlay's got. Dunmore, then Sortino. Oh, the 51 of Grace Dunmore, or Ella Dunmore, sorry, pulls in. There was some sort of lingering issue with that one. Pulls in and retires from the race. So the heavy still line astern. Westerveld your leader. Scott King can't quite make any inroads into Westerveld. Nick Schmidt's running well. Aiden Solomon, a lonely runner there. Liam Pollard's the next one through. Alex Baker and Jaden Wallace. After Wallace is Pettenhofer in the 51. Ray Dumsney next through. And then we go to your leader of the lights, which is Max Fay. So the hometown boy, Max Fay, putting on a good show here. David Menzel, also a Southwest member in the 99 cart. So Fay goes past once again. Starting to tighten up a little bit here, I think, with John O'McKean and also Stevie Malkin. Mitch Arrow next, Daniel Pegg. Then we got Finlay, Dunmore, Sortino. Westerveld's next in the heavies. King still giving chase. Schmidt next in the queue. Then you've got Solomon, Pollard, Baker and Wallace, Pettenhofer, Dumsney. Fay comes round to grab the last lap board. So he's 1 lap away from a home win is Max Fay. He's been dominant all weekend. Just got to finish it off. Second place, John O'McKean. That margin's tightening up with Malkin, but there's only 1 lap to get it done. And catching is one thing, passing is another. Good drive by the Rotax out of down the back chute there. Into the horseshoe. Now they're onto the back chute. They're going to come down into Coca-Cola corner. Mitch Arrow wouldn't mind a podium either, and he's right in contention here. But here comes Max Fay. The 71 takes the win in tag light. Second place is going to go to McKean. We've got a drag race, but it's Steve Malkin. Mitch Arrow finishes in 4th. Daniel Pegg, Daniel Finlay, Dunmore, Sortino. Westerveld wins tag heavy. King in 2nd. Nick Schmidt home in 3rd. Aiden Solomon, Liam Pollard, Jaden Wallace and Alex Baker. Pettenhofer, Dumsney rounds out your field. A double header that one brought to you by Brandt Interring, Cobden BP Roadhouse, and also Chambers Portable Line Boring and Pro Karting. So the Pro Karting Sportsmanship Award, I have had confirmation through. We presented to Cameron Pollard on behalf of a nomination from Adam Henriksen. So Cameron Pollard is the winner of the Pro Karting Sportsmanship Award this weekend. Says, as always, they've helped with our kart the entire weekend, giving us advice and helpful pep talks. Thanks. So congratulations to Cameron Pollard, who's the winner of the Pro Karting Sportsmanship Award this weekend. So we get set for the second of our double headers here, which will be restricted medium and also restricted heavy. They'll be brought to you by Ultimate Karting, JMB Transport, AHR Media and Darren Sportography.
Could we have X30, the final crew, onto the grid now, please? X30, onto the grid now, please.
Race of the day, a double header once again. Restricted medium and heavy. So it looks like Mark Shrub is going to line up on the pole position here for restricted medium. Bo Humphrey will be alongside. Rowan Tonkin right in the mix there as well. Angwin and Hitchcock on the front row of the heavies. Alongside Tucker and Kilcullen, with Matheson rounding out the 5-car field in that one.
We have an electric starter that's been left on the grid all day. An electric starter has been left on the grid all day. If you want to come up and see the grid marshal and tell him about it, please.
Appeared for the final, so I hope you're doing okay, Ben. Tonkin and 65 is the Chris Gardner card on the second row. They're in the starters' hands now. And they're away. Good jump, James Head. He's up the inside here too, so look for some action into one. Tonkin slides up into third. There's a card on the inside of this inside there, which is a P-plater. I could see was making a good move. The heavies are away too. Oh, Tucker with a big start there in heavy. Oh, Hitchcock goes around the outside. Slots into second position. So Hitchcock looks racy early on Mick Angwin. But out front here it's Mark Shrub who leads Bo Humphrey. Third is Tonkin, James Head, the 81 of Rosenweg. Oh, Greg Ord with a big go there on Rosenweg. Sam Newbury's in there as well. Meanwhile, Angwin leads the heavy division from Kevin Hitchcock. So Shrub runs a little bit wide, opens the door for Bo Humphrey. Humphrey look for a crisscross on the main straight here. Tonkin and Head just right on the back of Tonkin. Colin Velt ahead of Gardner. Next cart through is Greg Ord, Sam Newbury. Angwin, he's looking over the shoulder. I think there's a problem with the 73 cart, is there? He keeps looking over his shoulder at something. So now Hitchcock goes to the lead. So can't help but feel there's something going wrong there with the 73 cart. Angwin just looking over the right shoulder all the time. So Hitchcock now assumes the lead. Some good battling in the medium classes. He's looking over the shoulder again, Angwin, so whether he's got a problem. Everything looks intact. He's going to have to get on with it again and chase down Hitchcock. We'll just keep an eye on that one. So Humphrey's cleared out. Shrub sits in second. Good battle between Tonkin and Head. Next cart through is Rosenweg. Gardner. 77 is Belt. Ord. Newbury. 17 is Chris Wright. So I'm not sure what the issue was with Angwin, but he's coming back now. Whether he's going to catch up, I'd imagine he's probably got a little bit more pace than what Kevin Hitchcock's got, but he's still got to make it work. And I'll tell you, Hitchcock's been all right this weekend. So, oh, we've got a couple locked together over at Coca-Cola. It's Tonkin and James Head. So they are locked together. And I'd say they're both out here. So Head needs to get off the track. This is going to severely compromise the lead that Kevin Hitchcock had. So now Hitchcock comes back under massive pressure. Oh, the 88 of Tonkin has got an exhaust issue. So Hitchcock and Angwin. Very close now. Didn't do any favours for Hitchcock. That margin diminished. So Humphrey continues to lead. Shrub's in a clear second now after those two fell over each other. Gardner, Hornweg, Ord. The 77 is Belt. Newbury. Wright is the next one through. So Kevin Hitchcock, he's under huge pressure from Angwin. Angwin looks at the inside. Hitchcock closes the door. No sirree, says Kevin Hitchcock as they come onto the main straight. 95 and 73. Oh, a little bit of Morse code on the back of the 95 there from Mick Angwin. So that's the big battle at the moment. Angwin gets a look up the inside into the railway and gets it done. So Mick Angwin back to the lead. Not sure what the issue was early in the race, but it seems to have cleared. So Angwin comes past. He's pulled a handy buffer on Hitchcock now. Third place still belongs to Jason Kilcullen. Bo Humphrey, your leader in the mediums. Mark Shrub's driven really well this weekend and he sits comfortably in second. Third belongs to Gardner. Gardner under fire from Hornweg. Greg Ord hoping to make amends in here. Colin Velt next through. Sam Newbury right in the 17. Rounds out your medium field. So Angwin goes by. Three laps remaining for Bo Humphrey. Cart number 28 for Ultimate Karting. The restricted medium, JMB Transport sponsoring the heavies, AHR Media and Darren Sportography, series sponsors. So most of them starting to spread out now in the finals. Here are the restricted medium and heavy. Angwin comfortable in heavy. Jace Kilcullen looks like he's pretty settled for a podium here. Tucker and Matheson go at it. Humphrey pass now. Shrub in clean air in the 9. Gardner in 65 doing well. Hornweg, or Rosenweg, sorry. Rosenweg and also Greg Ord. Colin Velt, the next one through in 77. Sam Newbury and Chris Wright. Another lap in the book from Angwin, who's looking over that shoulder again. So not sure what's going on with the 73, but he keeps looking back over that right shoulder. Last lap now for Bo Humphrey. Restricted medium. Then Angwin's going to come around and get the last lap. He's got something bothering him in the right rear of the 73 cart. But it looks like he's done enough. Bo Humphrey, your winner. Restricted medium. Second place is going to go to Mark Shrub. Third goes to Nathan Gardner. Chris Gardner, sorry. It's Chris Gardner. Rosenweg's the next one home. Greg Ord. Colin Velt. Sam Newbury and Chris Wright. It's going to be Angwin home to take the win there in the restricted heavy. Hitchcock home in second. Matheson. Ultimate Karting bringing you that one, along with J&B Transport, AHR Media and Darren Sportography, and that leaves just one to come.
Hudson Williams, number 88. We've got a spot reserved for you on the grid. If you come and let us know if you're not. Hudson Williams on the last grid.
Last one for the day, X30, brought to you by BM Tronics and also Karting Australia for their supply of the LeConte and Maxxis tyres. So Jacob Dowson, another one of our very, very polished performers today. He will start from pole position. Alongside will be Jackson Johnson on the front row. Matt Domishin and Riley Jabke will start on the second row. Maverick Benson and Nick Ryan to start from row number 3. Luke Bergens and Jamie McKay to start from the next row. Nathan Williams and Derek Rogers from the next one. Will Misson and Ryan Cook. Parker Scott and Harry Campbell with Kobe Trigg to round out your field for this one. 12 laps on the board. Last race for the day, round 1, DPE Kart Superstore Victorian Country Series here at the Southwest Car Club. BM Tronics, Karting Australia, LeConte and Maxxis bringing you the X30 final. Live on the live stream, thank you to Fitz Media, Southwest Conveyancing and also PCJ Data and Electrical. New innovation for this season. I'm sure there's plenty of people at home watching on, so shout out to you at home. Thanks for joining us. We get set for X30, our premier class, the fastest class for the day, set to fire off for a 12-lap final here. This one will go pretty quick. Good start there. Domishin looks up the inside. Dowson's got swamped. So Jacob Dowson, who's been untouchable all weekend, has been absolutely swamped at the start. So this has upset the apple cart a little bit. We'll have to watch Dowson fight back through now. But out in front is Jackson Johnston ahead of Matt Domishen. Oh, Jabke's off the, dropped the wheel off the circuit there. Drops the position there to Dowson. Behind him is Riley Jabke, Nick Ryan, Bergens, Jamie McKay, and then Mav Benson. Oh, Nathan Williams gets in there deep, as does Parker Scott. So a couple of positions drop for Maverick Benson. But out front, Jackson Johnston continues to lead Domishen. In third place is the recovering Dowson. Jabke's next. Then Bergens, Nick Ryan, Jamie McKay, Nathan Williams, Parker Scott, Benson. Behind him is Derek Rogers, Will Misson, Harry Campbell, Kobe Trigg and Ryan Cook, currently rounding out your field. Ryan Cook, he passes Kobe Trigg now on the last turn. Harry Campbell there puts a move on Misson, but Misson straight back past into Canteen Corner. So Dowson now joins this battle to make it a three-way fight for the lead. Jabke and Bergens. Oh, Dowson up the inside now, so Dowson up to second on Domishen. Watch for some spice between Bergens and Jabke. I'm going to call it early here. Couple of really deep breakers. Nick Ryan's in behind. Nathan Williams, Parker Scott, Jamie McKay, Mav Benson. Benson under fire now from Derek Rogers. So Dowson tries to make the move, squeezes up the inside of the railway on Jackson Johnston. So Johnston and Domishen sit second and third. Jabke behind, Bergens, Nick Ryan, Nathan Williams just behind with Parker Scott. Scott's been on a bit of a charge here in this one. Jamie McKay and then Derek Rogers, Maverick Benson, Harry Campbell. So a few little movers and shakers in this one. Here comes Bergens. So Bergens and Jabke starting to trade paint there for fourth position, which is starting to draw Nick Ryan into the battle. Nathan Williams as well as Parker Scott. So these guys are all going to bunch up, you'd reckon. The conga line's getting longer and longer. Dowson back to the lead. So Dowson gets to the lead and clears off ahead of Johnston and also Domishen. Jabke next with Bergens. Nathan Williams, Parker Scott's moved up another position. So Parker Scott's ahead of Nick Ryan now. Jamie McKay tucked in behind there. Derek Rogers next, Mav Benson. So for BM Tronics and Karting Australia, your X30 final. We're at the halfway mark. And Dowson has cleared out now. Johnson and Domishen fighting it out for second. Here comes Bergens on Jabke. Bergens goes to the inside. They're going to come side by side up the straight. Nathan Williams says, I'll have a piece of this as well. So Williams goes to the inside of Jabke. He gets wide. Parker Scott goes past as well. So does Nick Ryan. Oh, massive positional loss. Rogers and also Harry Campbell. So big loss there for Riley Jabke. But at the front, Dowson doing as he's done all weekend. Johnston and then Domishen, Bergens, Williams. Parker Scott's been really impressive in this one. So he's up on the back of Nathan Williams. Nick Ryan's been good as well. Well, Harry Campbell's now got by Mav Benson as well. So plenty of positional change. Oh, Domishen's been off the track there. So he's come straight back into a gaggle of carts. So the 92 machine. Here comes Bergens. So I'd say that was with Bergens there that Domishin come together. Nathan Williams says, come on, let's go after him. Bergens looks, doesn't get it done there. Domishin sits in third position at the moment, but the conga line's attached to his back bar. Out in front though, Dowson, class act, nothing else to say. He has been brilliant all weekend. Jackson Johnson's been superb as well. He's in second comfortably now. Domishin, he is the one under the pump. Nathan Williams, right, has Luke Bergens right on his hammer. Parker Scott has been really impressive. Bergens now on the inside of Nathan Williams. They come together, both off the track. So two of your front runners are gone. So that's, I think that's Williams done. That's a real shame. He was driving well too, Nathan Williams. But out front now, look who's up to challenging for third place. It's Parker Scott in one of the drives of the day. He's got a jet under him at the moment, Parker Scott. He's driven all the way up to fourth. Jamie McKay sits in fifth. 2 laps remain. Derek Rogers looks at Nick Ryan. Nothing doing there. Harry Campbell right on the back. Benson next. Jabke, Misson, Cook, Trigg and Bergens. So Dowson is going to come round and see the last lap board. The margin he's pulled after getting shaken down the order early on. The great performance. Jackson Johnson sits in second. Parker Scott is in fact in third. Get a load of the kart 17 there. Domishin, Jamie McKay. Nick Ryan's driven well as well. Looks at the inside of Jamie. Gets it done. Derek Rogers wants a piece of the action. Harry Campbell right in the mix as well. So as the clouds start to come in just a bit more here at Southwest Car Club, Jacob Dowson down to the last turner, the last corner. Comes around to greet the checkered flag. Dowson, your winner in X30. Class performance. Second goes to Jackson Johnston. Third to Parker Scott in one of the drives of the day. Domishin, Nick Ryan, Jamie McKay, Derek Rogers, Harry Campbell, Mav Benson, Riley Jabke, Will Misson, Ryan Cook, Kobe Trigg, and rounding out your field in that one is Luke Bergens. And that's all she wrote, folks. What a round. The opening round of the 2022 DPE Kart Superstore Victorian Country Series. Huge thank you to all our sponsors here who've made it possible. To the Southwest Kart Club on a great, well-run meeting. And also thank you to Fitz Media Productions, Southwest Conveyancing, PCJ, Data and Electrical for their support of the live stream. Presentations will take place over near the canteen in just a little while. We ask, ladies and gentlemen, that you drive home safely, and we hope to see you at Warrnambool for round number 2 on the 7th of 8th of May. This is AHR Media, over and out.